Hi, everyone.
I'm green. Okay.
Hi, John. So if you do the green, I think it'll just make it smaller, not all the way gone. And then you can move it over so it's just on one half, and then you can have your packet on the other.
I see it, but now I don't know how to do my stop video. Okay, I got it. I see it now. Thank you, Jen.
You're welcome.
You're full screen though. Are you supposed to be full screen?
Sue,
You
it's
may
see,
speak with you.
you can press escape to get out of full screen mode.
Exit full screen. Okay, I got it. I see it up there. Thank you. No, I don't have it now. I don't know how to do it. Just gonna have to work without it.
So we're still missing Commissioner Erickson and Hoopengartner, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah.
So are we spying on everybody's houses while we're quiet? I like how Adam lives at the council chambers,
As does David.
as does David.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone's here. David, are we good to start?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Well, I would like to welcome everybody to our regularly scheduled West Hollywood Planning Commission meeting and bring it to order. It is Thursday, June 18th, 2020. It is 6:31 p.m. We are all logged in via a previously organized and published Zoom meeting invite. We will follow the same guidelines established for our previous online Planning Commission meetings. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please dial in using a Zoom call and information provided. Once you have dialed our Commission Secretary, David will take your name and admit you into the meeting. David will then call your name at the appropriate time and you will have 3 minutes to talk. Please state your name and city of residence before making your comments. Commissioners, I will call on you individually at appropriate times during the meetings to minimize talking over one another. Also, please mute your mics when we are not speaking. So Stacy Jones is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please mute your mics and talk along with the pledge. Stacey?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Right hand over your heart, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. David, could I have a roll call?
Good evening. Commissioner Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Hoopengartner,
Virtually here.
Commissioner Erickson,
Here.
Commissioner Buckner,
Here.
Commissioner Elchel, Commissioner Elchel is muted. And that I'm showing Commissioner Elchel present. Vice Chair Bass
I'm here.
and Chair Carvalero,
Here.
and we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, David. Approval of agenda. Do I have any changes to the agenda?
Chime in.
And if not, would someone like to approve the agenda?
Move approval?
I'll move.
And second?
Who said first?
I'm not sure
Commissioner
who
Gardner.
moved that. I'm sorry, Chair, just to be clear, should I be speaking by unmuting or should I be raising my hand virtually when I want to speak?
Maybe just raise your hands on screen if you'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I can either move or second that motion. I'm not sure who was first, but I'm happy to do either. I'm happy to move it as.
Okay. Commissioner Buckner approved and Commissioner Hoopengardner second the agenda. Okay, so approval of our meeting minutes. Our meeting minutes from May 21st, 2020. Do we have any changes to the meeting minutes?
Did we take a vote on the approval of the agenda?
Not
No,
yet.
thank you.
Thank you.
David, could you lead a vote?
Confirmed. Commissioner Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoopengardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Erickson,
Aye.
Commissioner Elchel,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bass,
Yes.
Chair Carvalero,
Yes,
and the agenda is approved as presented.
great. Thank you. So approval of our meeting minutes from May 21st, 2020. Are there any comments that need to be made?
So moved.
Commissioner Hoopengardner, did you
No,
move
I was
to
just
approve?
Approval, since I was the one with the edits.
So your move was to approve?
Yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Buckner seconds it. David, can you lead the vote?
Commissioner Hoopengardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson,
Yes.
Commissioner Elchel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bass,
Yes.
Chair Carvalero,
Yes.
and the minutes are approved for May 21st, 2020 as presented.
Thank you. David, do we have any public comments at this time?
We have no public comments.
Okay. So item 7, Director's Report. Mr. John Kehoe.
Good evening, Chair and members of the commission. I don't really have much to announce tonight other than at the next city council meeting, we have a cultural resource designation for 8001 to 8003 Santa Monica Boulevard. And we also anticipate taking the item that commission will be looking at later tonight, SB 743, also to the city council. So that's my report for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Do Commissioner, raise your hand if you have any questions for our director. Doesn't look like we do. Thank you, John. So items from the commissioners. I will call everyone's name and let me know if you have any items to discuss. Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone that marched peacefully through our city this past Sunday. I thought the entire march was beautiful. It was put together organically, like all amazing activist things are. And really, I think, stood a purpose for the broader ways in which we look at inclusivity and equality throughout the city. So I just wanted to take a moment to make sure we're standing in solidarity with all Black lives mattering, specifically Black trans women, of which at the march we knew about 2 Black trans women being killed as well, and taking a moment to stand in that moment of why we marched and why people marched and why people signed said what they did. So I just want to thank everyone who came out who peacefully marched from Hollywood and Highland or wherever they joined through our streets of West Hollywood, of which everyone I saw was wearing a mask and was very safe and appropriate and all that stuff. And I just want to thank everyone who participated and take that moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. Commissioner Hoopengarner? Do you have any commissioner comments?
Yes, I would just like to ask the planning manager, is there and maybe this is a question for when the planning manager makes your report, I don't know, but is there a report that lists the number and size of projects that have been approved by staff since we changed the approval limits? If there is, could we get a copy of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengarner. Commissioner Buckner, do you have any comments?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Altschul, do you have any comments at this time?
No, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, do you have any comments?
I do have one quick comment. I did receive some feedback, not directly from the public, but indirectly, that at our March 5th meeting for item 10B, which was a meeting about density bonus laws to bring our code into compliance with state law passed at the end of last year / beginning of this year, that there was concern that I had unwittingly politicized something by mentioning my pick for presidential candidate for the Democratic nomination, which was Elizabeth Warren, to restate the record. I certainly never intend to overly politicize anything. Maybe I incorrectly assumed that West Hollywood was a safe space in which to voice this, but I just always want to be as fair and impartial as possible. And I'm certainly want to extend my apologies to anyone in the public who may have misconstrued that comment during my commissioner comments that evening in any other way. So again, thank you. I'm your humble public servant and always wish to do best. I'm certainly not going to apologize for supporting Ms. Warren because I think she's amazing. But I did want to just caveat that. So that's all I have now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Vice Chair Bass?
Nothing at this time.
Great. And I don't have comments either. So
Chair.
we'll move on to, we don't have any, yes?
I forgot to say, I'll just say it now before the end of the meeting at 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. I do want to ask city staff, but I do want to ask city staff that, I totally understand the situation, the world in which we're in with COVID-19, and I want to be as respectful to people's boundaries of in every way, shape, and form and how they feel safe. But we have been meeting throughout the entire pandemic. We actually met before the city council did, and we got a packet. However, I did have to go. I did print my own packet out today because it obviously is a very dense meeting because I need to write in the margins. And I know when I was on the Rent Stabilization Commission meeting, they talked about potentially now getting packets out, as well as I know this was brought up at the council meeting on Monday. And, I know we want to make sure you're all safe, but John Kehoe, sorry, I don't know if there's any other, not John Altschul, but I just want to be specific. It would be really great if we could get a packet. I'm happy to come pick it up wherever you want to leave it and to maintain space, whatever, or to find some way because our packets are extremely dense and the issues are extremely important, like everything else that we do, and all the other important board and commission work that goes on throughout the city. So if we could maybe look at that for our next meeting as our meetings start becoming more dense and they're being online, and that's all I'm going to say.
Commissioner Altschul?
I thoroughly agree with that. I have challenges with technology and all of that. And it would be very helpful if we could get a printed packet. Also, I used to get the agenda in the mail automatically from the clerk's office, and I never get an agenda anymore.
Commissioner Buckner. Thank you, Commissioner Altschul.
hate to be redundant on this, but I am also making the same request because it's been impossible for me. And as a matter of fact, I'm sitting here. I did not print the packet. I probably should have, but I'm sitting here now, not able to actually see the text. I did print out a few pages of things that were important to me and I thought would be helpful, but I don't have the full packet in front of me, and I feel very much at a disadvantage right now while the meeting is happening. So I don't know how to fix that, but I think it's necessary to have full packet when we do this meeting. Thank you.
Mr. John Kehoe.
Hi, so I will say that we are having conversations with the city clerk's office, and we will get back with you regarding what we can do as a city regarding the packets.
Thank you. All right. Vice Chair Bass, you're nodding. Would you like to say something, or you just agree with everybody's comments?
I was trying to signal my agreement without having to speak,
Okay.
but I'm grateful that I think our youngest member is the bring this up because I was feeling technologically disadvantaged myself.
It's not that I don't
Okay.
want to not save the paper. It's just that I've read this entire packet, I think like 8 or 9 times in its entirety. And after the 7th time on my iPad, I had to stop. So if I'm feeling that way, I can only imagine how my fellow commissioners are feeling. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson and everybody. I agree, and I look forward to seeing how this is resolved. So item 9, consent calendar. We don't have any items, which brings us to our 2 public hearings tonight. Item 10A, we will consider a zone text amendment to clarify the definition of and requirement for dwelling units in response to zoning interpretation 17-0001. And I understand Rachel Diamond will doing the staff presentation. I'm getting some background sound, so can people turn off their mics, mute their mics so that we can clearly hear Rachel?
Thank you, Chair Cavallero. Good evening, Vice Chair Bass, commissioners, and member of the public watching from home. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division of the City of West Hollywood. This evening before you, we have a zone text amendment related to requirements for lease terms of dwelling units within the city. This zone text amendment was initially brought forward in response. Give me 1 second, I apologize. Was initially brought forward in response to a zoning interpretation issued by the Director of Planning and Development Services regarding the long-term use of dwelling units by AKA West Hollywood. This item previously came before the Planning Commission and ultimately went to the City Council, where an ordinance was adopted upon first reading. At the same time, the city was involved in a lawsuit with AKA West Hollywood as a result of the interpretation. Prior to second reading of the ordinance, the city engaged with the owner of the property in talks to settle the lawsuit. A tentative settlement agreement was reached and all actions by the courts were put on hold. One requirement of the tentative settlement agreement was that the city return to the Planning Commission and City Council for the review of an updated zone text amendment. The zone text amendment has 3 key pieces. The first section requires that all rental dwelling units, including apartments, accessory dwelling units, and duplexes, be rented for an initial lease term of 1 year. Condominiums and single-family homes would be exempt from this requirement, and instead would be required to be leased for 31 days or more when they're rented. This is truly the foundation of the interpretation and the city's determination that dwelling units be utilized on a long-term basis or for 1 year or more. The 1 year lease requirement will ensure that rental dwelling units are used for permanent housing for members of our community. Recognizing that there's a need for 31-day or more housing for medical tourism, the entertainment industry, and residents who are relocating for a variety of reasons, condominiums and single-family residents can really fulfill that need moving forward into the future. The city recognizes that there are a number of properties that are rental apartment buildings that are being rented at least in part for 31 days or more, particularly in commercial zone districts along major boulevards. The 1 year lease term requirement makes a lot of apartment buildings non-conforming in their operation. The zone text amendment would allow that these existing non-conforming dwelling units in commercial zones only that have been rented for 31 days or more between January 1st, 2018 and March 15th, 2020, be permitted to obtain an administrative permit to maintain that legal nonconforming use of the units for 31-day or more rental until December 31st, 2029, which gives them about 10 years. Again, this does not apply to residential zone districts, so all rental dwelling units in residential districts would still be required to be rented for an initial term of 1 year and will maintain their use for long-term tenants. The use of this type of amortization and phasing out of a land use is a pretty common land use tool that we use to do things in a fair way. I mean, effectively, it allows these nonconformities to be phased out over time with 10 years to come into compliance with the 1 year requirements of the regulation. Additionally, there's a third piece of this zone text amendment, and it would allow for properties in the sunset specific plan only to receive an administrative permit, as I described previously, to apply for a conditional use permit to rent up to 30% of the applicable rental units for 5 days or more, again, until December 31st, 2029, or is otherwise further restricted by a conditional use permit that's granted. This portion of the zone text amendment came out of the settlement as a way to compromise on the use of the AKA West Hollywood project, but also would allow this provision to apply to other properties in the sunset specific plan only to request similar consideration. Effectively, this allowed for a very limited application of this requirement. The lawsuit created a lot of uncertainty about the ability for AKA West Hollywood to operate their property as they saw fit, as well as the city's uncertainty as to how the city, had agreed to allow the property to operate. The tentative settlement agreement and associated request for zone text amendments, as well as the associated administrative permit and conditional use permit that will follow this item, will create a much stronger level of certainty for the city in understanding the future use of the AKA West Hollywood property and other similar properties. Should you approve the zone text amendment and the associated AKA specific permits in your next item, the city will have a clear understanding moving forward that this property will be utilized in the way set forth in these permits until 2029, and ultimately in 2029 would revert to permanent housing for long-term use. At the time of the tentative settlement agreement, the lawsuit seemed as though it could continue for 3 to 4 years. That starts to make the 10-year sunset clause of the administrative permit and conditional use permits allowed by the zone text amendment seem a lot shorter term, particularly when you consider that the alternative is that certain developers would be permitted to continue 31-day or more rentals in perpetuity rather than that 31-day or more rental just until 2029. This ordinance creates the certainty that the city needs to understand that in the future we can move forward with long-term housing for residents of the city. This is in line with the goals and objectives of the city's general plan, and ultimately helps the city achieve its goals of establishing and ensuring housing for long-term use. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Rachel. Questions for staff. I'll call on commissioners individually. Commissioner Jones, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions for Rachel, and thank you, Rachel, for that very concise presentation. I do have a question for the city attorney, but I think it's probably best that I ask after any public comment once we've moved into deliberation. So I'm going to hold it this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Altschul? Can you turn your mic on? We'll come back to Commissioner Altschul. Commissioner Buckner, do you have any questions for staff?
I have no question at this time. I have some comments, but I'm going to hold them for after public comments.
Okay. Commissioner Hoopengartner?
You should be unmuted now.
Go ahead, John, if you'd like to go.
I should be okay. Can you hear? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Thank you, Commissioner Altschul.
Thank
Yes,
you.
go ahead.
When the language talks about 30% in the 5-day or more, does that mean 30% of each individual project or each individual property, or 30% of the entire people in the SSP?
This would be 30% of the total applicable units in a specific project.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengartner.
Yes, Rachel, earlier this week we spoke and I asked how many other projects in the Sunset Specific Plan would be eligible for this. Do we now have a number?
We don't have an exact number of the properties that actually rent for 31 days or more, but we know there's about 300 apartment rental dwelling units within the Sunset Specific Plan that could potentially be eligible for the 31-day or more, and subsequently apply for, a portion of those could apply for the conditional use permit.
So over 300 units are potentially eligible for the 5-day rental.
Right, so those units would be eligible for the 31-day or more potentially if they've been rented between that January 1st, 2018 and March 15th, 2020 timeline. And of those units, let's assume all of them qualified, for example, 30% of those units or 90 units could in theory qualify for the 5 days or more. That being said, that's an aggregated number and it gets reduced when you start breaking that 300 number down by project.
Okay, and I think the rest we'll save for comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Erickson.
Oh, thank you. On page 4 of 6 of the staff report, Rachel, you mentioned that long-range subcommittee meetings were canceled due to COVID. But however, the Planning Commission itself has been meeting during the pandemic as well as before. So I'm a little concerned as to why we weren't even able to take this in a long-range subcommittee meeting because they were canceled, because we've been meeting electronically. So I just feel that there was another process that would have been available to the public that could have been done. So why wasn't long-range reconvened to meet via Zoom?
So all of the long-range meetings had been canceled prior to us moving forward until later than this meeting. So until this meeting rather. So at the time that we were starting to schedule, they had already been formally canceled due to COVID. So we determined that because we had already gone to long-range subcommittee in the past, and because of the nature of this project, we wanted to move forward in a public manner and get it before the commission as a whole again.
What were the same members on long range though when you took it to long range before? Because I think that's where I'm at, is because if there were different members, you might have gotten a different opinion.
Yeah, I believe that the membership has changed.
Yeah, okay. I have no other questions until later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. Vice Chair Bass, do you have any questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a few. And Rachel, we emailed a little bit about this, but I want to just follow up as well. So you mentioned 2029 is just kind of a common, the 10-year period is fairly common. Can you give other examples? I mean, I'm just wondering why it's 9.5 years, 9 3/4 years, and not, 5 or 10 or 1 or 3 or 20 or, some other number.
So, the question was asked about, a lot of the figures in the zone text amendment and why some of these numbers came about. And a lot of them were negotiated terms as part of the tentative settlement agreement. But 10 years from the city's perspective allowed both the subject property as well as other properties in the city to kind of play out their legal nonconformity as far as the 31+ days and potentially some projects with the 5+ day rentals, and ultimately allow them to slowly come into compliance. Again, it is arbitrary in nature. That being said, 10 years, like I said, is a fairly common term that's used by cities to allow for legal nonconformities, and it gives people a kind of somewhat lengthy but shorter term to come into compliance with new regulations. It also allows for the city to establish a middle term land use, which is something that council had requested of us, and that's something that will come back in the future. So we'll come back with something, for example, like an extended stay hotel that could perhaps fill the gap in the future for a type of middle term land use. And so we're developing that now. So you'll see that probably in the fall. So it'll give time for those land uses to actually be picked up in development and actually be constructed and put into operation as well to fill that gap once these land uses revert back to the full 1 year minimum initial lease.
So thank you. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. But I'm going to ask about a couple of the other numbers as well, specifically why they would be these sunset specific plan properties could get a conditional use permit for 5 days. Again, why not 1 day? Why not 10 days? Why not another number? And additionally, the 30% number, I know that in some of our previous conversations here at the Planning Commission as well as Council, there were numbers batted around. I think I remember 20. I could just be remembering incorrectly because I didn't go back and research that. But why the numbers 5 and 30? And very specifically, sorry to throw 3 questions to you at once, but I figure it's easier with this format. The third is inspired by Commissioner Altschul's comment. The 30% of the property, does that include the affordable housing units in the calculation of the 30%, or does it not? Those are.
I'll start with that question. So it does not include the affordable units. It would only apply to the number of units that received permission through the administrative permit to operate for 31 days or more. So for example, let's say you have a 100-unit building. 20 of those units are affordable units. So now you have 80 left. Let's say it's a large commercial property or mixed use project in a commercial district, and they would like to apply for an administrative permit in order to receive approval for 31 days or more. They need to show us that they've rented those units from January 1st, 2018 through March 15th, 2020. They need to provide us with proof in the form of leases. So let's say half of those units were rented on an annual basis all the time, and the other half of those units, or 40 units, were rented for 31 days or more. So the city could grant those 40 units approval to rent for 31 days or more. And then, assuming that building is in the sunset specific plan, they could apply for a conditional use permit to rent up to 12 of those units, since only 12 are the 30% of that 40 that get the administrative permit. So here you have a 100-unit building, and only 12 in this example qualify. So you may not get you're not going to get really a full 30% of most buildings by the time you whittle it down through this process. To answer your second question, sorry to go backwards, but this is how I'm going to remember it today, the 30% of units and the nature of that number. So we looked at a variety of different numbers in the tentative settlement agreement conversation. And honestly, this was a negotiated number similar to some of the other numbers, but it allows for a small enough portion of the units to be rented for 5 days or more, where you still have a vast majority that are rented for that 31 days or more. And it gives you the opportunity as a building to kind of fill the gap when there's space between 30-day or 31-day rentals. And that's what this particular property was finding. So they had requested, just to get into your third answer, they had requested the 5 days. This came from the developer side of the tentative settlement agreement talks. And ultimately, again, this was a way where the city could compromise in a very complicated lawsuit in order to ultimately gain certainty that by end of 2029, that all of these units will be used for long-term use. So this gives that interim space for them. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bass. Everyone's Commissioner Hoopengarner, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, to follow up on Commissioner Bass's questions, what if a unit was never rented? That particular building is new and they had a time renting units. So what if it's always been vacant?
Then it would not qualify for use as part of the administrative permit for 31 days or more. They would need to show us that it actually was rented and had that use of 31 days or more in that specific time frame, and they'll have until December 31st of this year to show us those leases. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify. So we'll have, but assuming this moves along, through the process, it would give property owners about 3 to 4 months to work with the city to get an administrative permit. And after that, the window would be closed. And ultimately that would give the city kind of a very, a good baseline for what units are allowed to be rented for how long.
So can you point me to where in the resolution that is stated that if a unit has never been rented, it is excluded from this calculation?
So let me just pull up the regulation. I don't believe that there's a statement in the affirmative of that, but there is a requirement that they prove it with a lease in order to qualify. Give me just a moment while I pull that up.
And while you're looking, my second question is, where in the resolution does it specifically state that it excludes affordable housing in the 30% calculation?
Okay, so if you look at if you look at attachment A of the resolution and you look at page 1 at the very bottom, the last paragraph is where it starts laying out the 31-day rental. And so if you go to page 2 of attachment A, at the end of that paragraph, use of the unit as described in this subparagraph A1 must be documented through submittal of leases or other documentation satisfactory to the city as a prerequisite to issuance of the administrative permit. That effectively says that they need to show us proof that they were leased, because the way that it's written is that dwelling units located in a commercial zone that were leased for initial terms of less than 1 year between January 1st, 2018 and March 15th, 2020. So basically it's saying they needed to be leased, and you're proving that by showing us leases or other documentation.
Okay.
And then remind me, and then the second portion was about affordable units. Interestingly, the city has separate requirements that require affordable units be rented for 1 year, and that takes them out of this. But I certainly understand the concern, and we certainly could write in that, regardless, affordable units would not count towards that requirement.
I think you need to be explicit about it, because in the absence of specifying that, you've got a risk of, this is going to be somebody else reading and interpreting someday, and the intent will get lost. And if it's not in writing, I feel that is problematic.
I can add that in and give you the language before the end of the meeting.
That would be great. And last but not least, there is a typo on page 2 of the resolution.
Okay.
That bullet number 2 is actually the end of the sentence of number 1.
In which section?
At the top of page 2. You have bullet number 1.
Uh-huh.
It ends with the word independent.
Uh-huh.
And then number 2 is housekeeping units. It's really the rest of that sentence, I believe.
Oh, it's funny. The numbering is not wrong on mine. It must have been off on yours. I can fix that. So my numbering isn't off, but I'll make sure that gets changed.
So by my count, there's 4 items here, and that
Yeah.
would be split into 2.
Any other questions, Commissioner Hoopengarner?
Not at this time, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Buckner?
Yes, I'm I don't understand. How come you don't have, the city doesn't already have the leases? Because the period of time from January to March is clearly some time when the leases could have been made available to the city. And it should have been looked at as part of this settlement issue. So I'm going to ask Rachel, how many of these apartments are at that have AKA already leased that would be affected by this zone text amendment and the other legal issues we're dealing with?
So it with the AKA West Hollywood property, we're just referring to the West Tower, and of those units, only 30 are proposed to be, or 30% of the applicable units are proposed to be rented for 5 days or more. And 71 of those units are proposed to, those are additional market rate units that would be rented for 31 days or more. And then there are 9 affordable housing units in the building that will be rented on an annual basis. And those are all currently occupied.
They're all currently occupied. So those.
Yes, there's one that's going to be available in July, but it's currently occupied, and I believe they've found someone to move in already.
So we should have copies of those leases already as part of the evidence that was presented at trial through discovery, correct?
So the city does have copies of all those leases. We didn't include it in the packet for the second item because there's a lot to redact from those leases, but we've adequately reviewed them and have determined that they meet the requirements as spelled out in the zone text amendment.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Buckner. Rachel, I have one question. December 31st, 2029, everything goes back to 1-year lease, but I don't see any language in the staff report or the resolution which denies any possibility of renewal. Is there, did I miss something, or will we need to add specific language so that doesn't happen? Your mic
Sorry.
is off.
Thank you. It actually told me my mic was muted as I started moving my mouth. If you have approval to rent your units with an administrative permit for 31 days or more until 2029, that administrative permit would expire. And let's say you also received a conditional use permit for 5 days or more, that would also set to expire. And there would be no way to renew those permits unless we amended the zoning ordinance to change that 2029 sunset date. So there would need to be a zone text amendment, and then someone could potentially apply, with a zone text amendment as well to extend or for a new permit. But right now, the anticipation is that we would revert to that one, the plan is to revert to the 1-year lease.
Okay, thank you. But if someone renews the lease on December 30th, 2029, they can still go for 1 more year, correct?
They could just go for a day because the provision in the regulations sunsets December 31st, 2029. So it doesn't say you get 1 year minimum. It says on December 31st, 2029, this provision isn't allowed anymore. So you would need to do a zone text amendment. But it doesn't preclude someone from asking to change the requirements 10 years from now. I mean, obviously we need to be honest and say that conditions do change, and we can't anticipate what the conditions are in our community in 10 years.
Thank you. Commissioner Erickson, you have a question?
Yeah, Rachel, I want to go back to Adam's questions about dates and times. And so flexibility do we have here? Like if we didn't want to do 2029, are we allowed to say, well, actually, we think 2024 is a good date to talk about this? Or are we contractually obligated by the litigation settlement parameters that we actually don't have that authority?
So the city and state law give you the authority to review and provide recommendations on zone text amendments to the city council. So ultimately tonight, what we're looking for is a recommendation to the council, and they make an ultimate determination. It is well within your right to make changes to the zone text amendment language. We already had one recommendation from Commissioner Hoopengardner. I'm working on that now. Obviously the tentative settlement agreement is just that, tentative. And it doesn't preclude the requirement that certain types of permits, such as approval of the zone text amendment or the conditional use permit, for example, are required public hearings. So you can't have a settlement agreement that precludes a public hearing. So here we are in a public hearing, and certainly we are looking for your input. And if you feel that there are changes to be made, absolutely make those. The goal is that whatever changes that you would like to see, that we can make them on site tonight and move forward a recommendation. So by all means, as you have recommended changes, I can start working on the language and present that to you at the end for your review.
Thank you. Commissioner, any other questions? No? Then we'll move on to Commissioner disclosures. When I call your name, please let me know if you have anything to disclose. Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you so much, Chair. I met with a representative of AKA. I also spoke to Unite Here Local 11. I am very familiar with the site, and thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengartner, disclosures.
Close.
Thank you. Commissioner Buckner, any disclosures?
Yes, thank you. I had a brief telephone conversation this afternoon with a representative from the Unite Here Local 11. And we just discussed her issues with regard to the zone text amendment.
Thank you. Commissioner Altschul, do you have any disclosures?
The same as Commissioner Buckner.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Same as Commissioners Buckner and Altschul. I did have a conversation with Danielle Wilson from Unite Here Local 11 today. That's all.
Thank you. And I have the same disclosure as Commissioner Jones, Buckner, and Altschul. I also had a conversation with Danielle Wilson. So David, Vice Chair Bass.
I share your disclosures, Chair, that I have talked to a representative of AKA Ted Green. I also spoke with Unite Here Local 11. I also did a tour of the site with Ted Green pre-COVID-19. So after our last discussion about this issue, I did go and visit the site with.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bass. David, do we have any public speakers at this time?
Yes, we do, Chair, but can we hear from the applicant first? I believe they're ready for our presentation.
All right.
So applicants for, oh, I'm sorry, there are no applicants for this item. I'm sorry. This is
Order. How is there an applicant for a Z?
this is staff. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
Weirder things
that's
have
all right.
happened, Lynn, in our current climate.
public speakers.
Okay, this is our public comment section. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. This is item 10A for the zone text amendment.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners and staff. My name is Seti Shine. I am a business license commissioner and 11-year resident of West Hollywood. I thank you for your service to West Hollywood. I am speaking as a resident on item 10A. I support a part of this zone text amendment and oppose other parts. As staff has indicated tonight, please keep in mind these are tentative negotiations and there must be some expectation on the defendants in this case that your commission may make some adjustments to these recommendations. I support the first part, which amends the code to require leases under the stated type to be 1 year or more. This helps maintain our rent stabilized housing stock, increases public safety and neighborhood quality of life. I oppose the rest of the amendments in parts 1, 2, and 3 of the amendment as proposed because they do not help our city for the following reasons as proposed. If approved, we are in essence rewarding entities that have been in violation of our zoning code and, in my opinion, giving them way too much with these amendments as they are proposed. 9 years is way too long of a transition period for these entities. In 9 years, we won't even have any of the same city council members in office. Surely, if you do decide to approve this amendment, it would be wise to have a much shorter transition period that is still reasonable under the facts, but has accountability, especially since we only have evidence about the number of units at play from AKA and not the other properties that could be fall under this as well. Giving these entities the opportunity to rent for 5 days or more under this process does not make sense. We don't even allow any entity except actual hotels to rent out units or rooms for less than 31 days right now. That is the message we have been giving for so long. Why should these entities who are violating our zoning codes for so long now get an upper hand at a time when we really should be giving all of our support to our hotels? We are in an unprecedented economic downturn and just at the beginning of it. And that has been devastating to our existing hotel businesses who operated legally. They need our support right now. And if this is approved, it will hinder their businesses even more. These entities should just request a permit to operate as a hotel through a different process than this. I really appreciate your time and service. Thank you.
Thank you. David, do we have any other public speakers?
We do. Our next public speaker, it looks like, is Mr. Michael King. Go ahead, Mr. King. You have 3 minutes to speak on item 10A.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Michael King, I've been a resident of West Hollywood for nearly 35 years. During much of that time, I've occupied rental housing, apartments. For most of that time, I've resided in rent-stabilized buildings. Each of those property owners requires a lease with a minimum term of 1 year. While people move in and out on occasion, in many of those buildings, residents stayed for 5, 10, 20 years and longer. Similar to homeownership, long-term tenancies contribute to the stability, welfare, and safety of our neighborhoods and our city as a whole. We have many categories of zoning of properties in our city. Living in a neighborhood zoned as residential, I would be very surprised, for instance, to have a nightclub open next door to me. Similarly, an auto repair shop, a cannabis shop, a restaurant, or an electroplating business opening down the block would be incompatible with the residential use of the property. We have hotels in certain parts of the city and not in others. This is by zoning as well. Commissioner Altschul has often said, the use goes with the land. My small building has been zoned residential since at least cityhood, if not back to the days that West Hollywood was under county jurisdiction. The building sold to a new owner 5 years ago this month, and the new owner has taken units off the housing market as they have vacated and converted them to short-term rentals. 2 of the apartments were taken off the market last fall, 2 more were taken off earlier this year, and we have 3 more units occupied by tenants over 80 years of age. Diverting rental apartments from the permanent housing market to short-term rentals is a dishonest end run around the state's Ellis Act, particularly as State Senator Scott Wiener is proposing greater and greater density requirements through bills such as SB 50. In summary, I hope you'll agree with me that it is in the best interest of the stability and safety of West Hollywood that you recommend a 1-year minimum rental period as proposed by staff be enacted by council, and that you won't hold up item 10A if you require more time to be satisfied with item 10B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. This is item 10A.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I can't see you right now, but it's great to hear you after a long isolation, and I hope you've all stayed healthy and safe. The West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce remains opposed to this DTA interpretation. While we appreciate that the zone text no longer includes single-family homes and condos, this is still an overreach for no other reason than to satisfy a settlement of a lawsuit, which now impacts landlords and property owners who had nothing to do with the AK issue and further impacts our hotel market. This DTA eliminates any flexibility to determine the tenancy duration that best suits the landlord and the tenant situations. There's still been no significant research on any supply and demand to address our concerns and the concerns of Cedars-Sinai, our apartment and realtor associations, our entertainment industry, or even what our inventory might be to accommodate this small niche market that we still need. If we are really concerned with corporations using business for short-term rentals, you might consider a requirement on furnished versus unfurnished dwelling units, which are key to the short-term stay and a competing issue for the hotels. But none of this is truly about how our landlords lease dwelling units. This is a lawsuit settlement requirement and a bad way to create policy, and we remain respectfully opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Ted Green. Go ahead, Mr. Green. This is item 10A. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is Ted Green, and I've lived at the intersection of Holloway and Alta Loma in West Hollywood since 2005, 1 block south of AKA West Hollywood, a client of mine. As a West Hollywood taxpayer, I'm glad the tentative settlement agreement embodied by the ZTA and CUP before you tonight would mean an end to hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal bills the litigation is costing the city's taxpayers. I'm also glad for the potential of transit occupancy tax going to the city from a very limited number of apartments at AKA. A proposed 1-year minimum lease ZTA has gone through many iterations over the past couple of years, and each time the same question comes up. Will West Hollywood have places to live for people who want to be here but are not able to sign a 1-year lease? People going through a divorce or moving here but haven't found their forever home yet? People working in the creative industries, or people whose homes have been damaged by fire or other calamities? What none of us had on our bingo card, of course, was people who survived a global pandemic. Long term, I think COVID-19 is going to change how people approach where they live and the flexibility they're going to demand. Fortunately, the lights on the Sunset Strip are starting to flicker back on. Eventually, they will burn brightly again. With my mask and foggy glasses, I need them to burn brightly so I can see them. Located at the heart of the Sunset Strip, AKA West Hollywood is perfectly located to sustain life on the Sunset Strip. People looking for flexible leases on the Sunset Strip are people who will take advantage of its first-class retail, world-renowned dining and nightclubs. Remember nightclubs? Items 10A and B before you tonight place limitations on rental housing in West Hollywood, but allows some flexible leasing to continue. That's a good thing, and I hope you'll approve them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Keith Kaplan. This is for item 10A, zone text amendment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Keith Kaplan here, West Hollywood resident for 36 years and a real estate agent with Sotheby's International Realty. You know, we've gone several rounds with city staff on this, and they have not been listening at all to the needs of the community, to the needs of the property owners. And it's egregious in light of the blatant motivation behind this that is tied to the AKA lawsuit. Someone mentioned that it seemed, one of the commissioners mentioned that some of the clauses in this ordinance seemed a bit arbitrary. Well, arbitrary hardly begins to describe this, and arbitrary is not the way to go about creating sound public policy. In fact, I think there's a bit of a Trumpian twist to all of this, and Rachel and her team seem to have quite consciously attempted to lose you all in the depth of the minutia, rather than addressing the simple questions of why is this being done, and what are the feelings of the community, and what are the feelings of the property owners. We've asked for research among the property owners. How many leases do they have on the short-term basis? We've asked for them to talk to Cedars. How many visiting doctors do they have here? How many families that need to stay in West Hollywood to be near loved ones going through long-term treatments? I am one real estate agent in this town. This week alone, I've just received 2 requests for people who are West Hollywood residents undergoing some remodeling in their homes, one for a flood, one for I don't know what reason, who are looking for something for 6 to 8 weeks. I received 13 requests last year for actors and actresses coming in from New York for pilot season. Deb Kallick tells us that there are tremendous needs for Cedars-Sinai, yet none of this is documented. None of this was looked into. Instead, we have this ordinance that will make us the most restrictive city in the state as regards the term of leases. And that flies in the face of, in fact, fully contradicts everything that this city is about, every one of our core values of inclusivity and innovation, and the industries that we have lured here, who we are now turning our backs on by telling them, sorry, we can't meet your housing needs. I really urge the commission to oppose this ordinance. It's just bad public policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker will be Jonah Breslaw. This is for item 10A, the zone text amendment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Shannon Breslau. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, LANE, and the 30,000 hospitality workers of Unite Here Local 11. This city has taken a stand against bad actors who actively turn the precious housing rental stock of the city into de facto hotels. We now know more than ever the city should continue its righteous fight and not back down. I would like to speak in favor of the zone text amendments that are proposed to clarify the definitions and requirements for dwelling units in West Hollywood. The language modifications will go a long way towards protecting housing in the city and ensuring that housing units are not converted into de facto hotels, as was done for the AKA building at 8500 Sunset Boulevard. However, I would like to urge strongly against direction to create any new land use types for housing for rental units of 31 to less than a full year, and 31 days to less than a full year. And obviously, I also would like to oppose any land use designation that would allow housing units to be rented for anything less than that, for example, for 5 days as before you. It goes without saying that the city of West Hollywood is facing the regional housing crisis head on, and we cannot afford to lose any more units of housing to short-term de facto hotel use. The character of our communities is at stake if we allow a new land use type designation that could turn housing that has been used for long-term tenants into de facto extended stay hotels. This land use designation could also create an even deeper challenge for enforcement, as the city is already grappling with the challenges of enforcing its current short-term rental ordinance. Medium-term visitors should stay in extended stay hotels, not our precious residential units. We applaud the city for working diligently to ensure a clear distinction between lodging units and residential units, and we believe the creation of a new medium-term rental land use designation would only work to blur the line. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, go ahead. You're on item 10A. This is zone text amendment. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. This is Bill Delbeck on behalf of Brookfield and AKA, the owners and operators of the apartment complex at 8500 Sunset. We're here tonight under somewhat different circumstances than our last commission hearing on the zoning interpretation. The staff report that was presented to you and then discussed tonight lays out in great detail the background of the interpretation and the subsequent events. So I won't repeat that in detail, but I would note that there's a reason why there's a settlement agreement, and that's because the issue was not resolved at the city level, and it remains unresolved. And so the parties believe, both the city and we believe, that it's time to move forward with a compromise. And as with all compromises, one could say it could be this or it could be that. To be clear, we would prefer a zone text amendment that allows 31 days on an ongoing basis. The city preferred, under its interpretation otherwise, to not have that. So this is indeed a compromise struck at the end of last year in concept. So that's why it's the end of 2029. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I really would like, as we are doing, prepared to look forward rather than back. I do plan to make more of a presentation on item 10B. We would ask, and we think it's very important under the settlement agreement and otherwise, that the commission act on both tonight. There are time limits. Of course, you retain the discretion to approve, disapprove, or modify. But the reason why the settlement agreement is tentative is both sides, the city and we, have to ultimately be satisfied by the time the council takes its final action. We very much appreciate the hard work. We understand that the issues are important and have been thoroughly considered on a number of times by the commission and the public and staff, and we very much appreciate staff's efforts today.
Planning Commission meeting on the zone text amendment. Wait, let me mute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have we have 2 more left. Go ahead. This is public comment for item 10A, the zone text amendment. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Do you want to speak, Gary, or no? Do you want to speak? Yeah. Your turn, you can talk. Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak on, this is item 10A.
Yes, hi, this is Gary Bozick. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for 45 years. And I have leaned towards the feeling of the president of the West Hollywood Better Business Bureau. I oppose further regulations on this, on the short-term rentals. And it was so difficult to get through to you. And it's so difficult doing it online. I wish we could have a meeting when this virus is over where you could get more public comment from the citizens in the city. Everyone's kind of shell-shocked right now. Anyway, I wish you guys good luck, and thank you for working so hard for us. But please take the community's views and consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. This is item 10A, public comment.
Yeah. No.
Hi, this is Doug Watson, a 15-year resident of West Hollywood, and I oppose the short-term rental zone amendment changes. I think 31 days is a fair amount of time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have one more chair. Go ahead. This is item 10A for public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak. This is for item 10A. You can go ahead and speak. This is your public comment time for 3 minutes. Okay, we'll go on. Oh, that was our last one, it looks like, Chair. I do have one to read into the record that came in via email earlier today. It is from Richard Smith of West Hollywood. He opposes item 10A. His comment is, this item limits flexibility and mobility of tenants seeking to move around and find better or different housing at the expense of long-term tenants. It won't address housing shortages or pricing and only protects a certain constituency at the expense of another. And that is all I have and showing at this time, Chair.
Thank you, David. Thank you for managing that. So then I'm going to close public comment and keep the public hearing open in case we have any questions, and we'll move on to commissioner deliberation, and I'll call on everyone individually. Commissioner Jones, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavallaro, sorry, Chair Cavallaro, and my neighbor, as it happens. Can everybody hear me okay?
Chair, Stacy, I'm sorry. I do have one other person that does want to
Oh,
speak.
speaker? Okay, that's no problem.
Yeah, one moment, please. Okay, this is from Douglas. Go ahead. You need to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing another opinion to a community full of opinions. Just a quick history lesson on this particular project. We were all together in a public hearing, I believe, last autumn. This is a project, if you recall, could not even fulfill the low income affordability. And Sue, thank you earlier for bringing up that question. It was a little bit of a circus because we found out that they did not even fulfill their obligation for the low income affordability. A prior discussion, which I applaud, is that I am confused that we are writing a policy to accommodate an organization who has broken the law. We say a 5-day rental, that's a hotel. I believe our city, we have 17 to 21 of those. A 5-day minimum rental does not make sense. The 31-day from another call also makes sense, that a 31-day rental is kind of meeting them in the middle. In one of the analysis readings, it talks about the entertainment, catering to entertainment and production. I wish that were the case, because our filming commission and the regulations for permits are quite difficult. So that will be one market that won't even benefit from this proposal. It is frustrating, I think, that this building was permitted as a different entity, and now it's changed. And now we're changing it again to accommodate them, which makes no sense. My last name, it's Douglas Hoagland. I've been here 13 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. That's all we have, Chair, at this time.
Great. Thank you, David. Again, I'll close public comment and keep public hearing open, and we're going to start deliberation with Commissioner Jones.
Great. Thank you, Chair Caballero. So I have a question for the city attorney, and staff certainly welcome to weigh in as well. I'd like to get some direction, and this may seem like a very basic question, but there's also a very specific reason why I'm asking it. I'd like to get some direction from city attorney, and again, from staff as necessary, to understand what our role is in a situation like this. And I say this because, and again, the history lesson here is actually enumerated in the staff report, just to give everybody kind of a refresher. Came to the city's attention that there was a use that was not in conformance with what had been originally negotiated in the view of the director of the planning department, which is Mr. Kehoe. An interpretation was issued. There was an appeal written. It came to planning commission. We unanimously voted, although maybe it's not as currently comprised, we unanimously voted to reject the appeal. It then went to council, where it was a 3-2 vote, also rejecting the appeal, and then it went into settlement. Or went into litigation, and these are the terms of the settlement, the proposed settlement as we're seeing them for this particular meeting. So again, for my part, I believe I said to the applicant's attorneys at that hearing that their incredulity was disingenuous, and I stand by that. But that's not where we are right now. And again, very long-winded way of asking this question, but I'd like to get some guidance from the city attorney as regards our role as this moves through to council. I just want to be very clear about that, because I don't feel that we're in a position to relitigate this or resettle this. We're being asked to weigh in on the settlement as it stands right now, and it's going to go forward to council whether we like it or not. So I'd like to get some guidance on that as we start to discuss this.
Yeah, I think that's a great question to start with. I think Rachel started to frame that up a little bit in her presentation, and this is, in some ways, it's very typical of what we do. We review zone text amendments all the time. In some ways, this is very unusual and atypical in that it's coming from a settlement agreement. So I think, these are all fair questions, and we're happy to, work through this all tonight. As Rachel mentioned in her staff report, there has been, pretty contentious litigation that has resulted in a tentative settlement agreement. And by law, any of the changes that are proposed have to go through a public process. Any changes to our zoning code require a recommendation from the Planning Commission and final approval by the City Council. That's what we always do when we're looking at changes to our zoning code. And so the role of the Planning Commission on the zone text amendment is to consider the language that's before you and make a recommendation. And so it's not just, this is what you need to approve, so do it. This is a public process. We're taking public testimony. We're asking for your input. Commissioner Hoopengarner raised a really interesting point before. Well, does this apply to the affordable unit? So we can improve the language, make it better, make it more clear, answer questions. And if you have a different policy opinion on what this should be, you can make that policy recommendation to the City Council. But your role is the same. You're looking at a zone text amendment. The terms have been negotiated, And if they stay the same, they will resolve litigation, and that has benefits to both parties. But you're being asked for a recommendation on a zone text amendment as we normally do.
Great, thank you, Lauren. And I just want to follow up on this, and I'm not trying to ask a leading question, but we had very smart people from staff, and I'm assuming from city attorney's office or outside counsel working on this. And I'm assuming that this is not the first draft of the settlement language that, you know, was arrived at. I just want to be, I want to, like, as a body, we've already given our opinion on the original merits of this, and that was that we were unanimously opposed. I don't think anybody here is contesting our original decision, but I think where I'm leaning is, or what I'd like to dig into a little bit more is, can we reasonably assume that these proposed settlement terms were arrived at because the city felt in its way that this was kind of the most we were going to be able to get? Like, it's not ideal, but that's because it's a settlement. It's a compromise.
Right, a settlement is always a compromise.
Correct.
And it's both parties who have different views of the facts, you know, are litigating, and there's always risk in litigation. You never know how a judge is going to see something or where something's going to end up. So yes, but the terms are negotiated, and there's a great benefit in this framework that's before you, and that is certainty. Because if the parties continued on with litigation, it could take years and years, and we don't know where a judge is ultimately going to land on this. And if the city were unsuccessful, the subject building may be able to be used for this use indefinitely. Here, we get certainty in the term that it may not be perfect or ideal, but they get to phase out this use. And then at the end of 10 years, it's going to go back to the dwelling units as the city envisions them, used for long term. And so, so both the specific details, the 5, the 10 years, and all the dates and numbers everyone's asking about have been, you know, thoroughly thought through and negotiated. And then the bigger picture, the bigger concept is the city gets certainty from this. And there's great value in that.
Okay, that's really helpful, at least for me. And again, I'm not trying to, well, I'm not going to say I have an agenda, but I just want to make sure that we're being clear here. Like, our original vote was not viable. It was appealed to the courts by the appellant. So just saying no to this is not an option. I mean, it is as in the way that I see it. So I want to be pragmatic here about what we can reasonably expect in the way of best outcome for the city, knowing that, you know, this probably isn't ideal for Corman either. Although, again, if I'm just going to say it, I'm not particularly empathetic to them because I think they knew what they were doing all along. But I want to make a decision that I think is going to result in a solution that we feel like is going to net us, as you said, some certainty, and is and again, I have reasonable faith that, you know, this has been talked about over many hours and over many large conference tables. So thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that. I think I've said everything that I need to say. Again, just to make it clear to the public, this is not, the buck does not stop here. This is a recommendation we would be making to City Council for final approval or for not approval. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that I certainly don't ever want to stifle conversation. We're obviously hugely grateful to everyone who called in. I know it's onerous. I'm sitting in my kitchen now. You all know what it looks like. My neighbor is playing that surround sound very loudly. It's incredibly distracting, and I'm sorry if you can hear it. I'm not in a position to beat on their wall right now, so I'm sorry about that. But again, I just want to make sure that we're framing the conversation in a way that's going to net the city a reasonable outcome. Because I think, again, if you've been following this, or if you've read the staff report or watched any of the meetings or been in attendance at any of them, we know that what we originally wanted, and I was a part of that vote, so I can vouch that it's absolutely what I wanted, was an absolute no. And that's not an option. Like, the interpretation of our zoning code at the time was not specific enough, I'm assuming, for this to be worded in the way that it is. So for the compromise. So I may have more comments, and I'm sorry again, sorry to be long-winded, but I did want to kind of say my piece. I'm certainly open to hearing and want to hear the other commissioners' comments about this and their feedback. But in my view, I don't see this meeting as us like relitigating this, and I do trust that there are incredibly smart and talented and educated people who have been working to get the terms that are most agreeable to the city, while certainly not ideal in any case. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. That was very constructive. Commissioner Hoopengartner.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have a couple of more quick questions for staff before I make my comments. Mr. Green referred to the fact that there was TOT involved in this settlement and somehow in these, and I wasn't quite clear what he was referring to, because these are rental units. And so how is there transit occupancy tax being paid to the city for these units? Can someone explain that?
Sure. So what he was referring to is that should a conditional use permit be approved to allow for the 5+ day rental, any rental of units between 5 and 30 days would require payment of TOT.
Okay, thank you. Second, I'd like to discuss enforceability. We're talking about, 5-day leases. That's a lot of leases potentially. And is this going to be monitored by our housing department? How is this going to be managed and monitored?
So I'd love to refer that in detail during the next item, but I'll go ahead and say that there is a provision in the resolution for the conditional use permit that would allow the city to monitor this on a regular basis. So we would basically be given access to their books for auditing, the same way that the city is given access to, for example, hotel books for TOT auditing or other types of auditing from finance. And we would work with the various departments involved to get that audit done through the city.
Okay. And the last question is, notwithstanding the 5-day component of this potential ZTA, the 31-day component is going to apply across the city, correct?
It's going to apply to commercial districts only.
Okay. So we're looking at buildings such as the Dillon and Huxley, which we know, we've all seen it online, have been illegally, renting their units instead of as affordable housing, as Airbnb, et cetera. And so now we're sort of saying, well, that's okay, that you can now have these short-term leases.
So any affordable housing units would not be authorized to be rented for 31 days or more. But for example, in Dillon or Huxley or other similar buildings where we do know that they're renting for 31 days or more, they would need to apply for an administrative permit and give us proof of for each individual unit that it was rented for between 31 and 364 days. And then they would be authorized to rent those specific units for 31 days or more. All of the rest of the units that were, for example, rented on annual basis during that time period would still be required to have that 1-year minimum initial lease term.
And what about units that were rented for less than 31 days?
In a commercial district that's not the Sunset specific plan, they would not be allowed to continue to do that. So that's kind of an additional separate issue of people who are renting for less than 31 days.
But how would that figure into the calculation?
It wouldn't be included in the calculation. So let's say someone only rented a unit for individual nights illegally, that would not qualify them to get an administrative permit to lease that unit for 31 days or more. They'd have to show us a lease showing between 31 days rental and 364 days of rental. So if it's less than 31 days, they would not be eligible for that administrative permit for that unit. So we wouldn't authorize someone who was illegally short-term renting to then be eligible for that 31 days unless they were also renting it for 31 days or more during that time frame.
So I don't want to beat this up, but I see some potentials for loopholes and how this could be gamed a little bit. So I want to make sure that we kind of tease all of this out. And one of the questions then becomes, last year, unit 202 was rented for a week and then a day and then a week and then a day and then 31 days and then a week and then a day. Would that then qualify because in one instance in that period, it rented for 31 days? You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. As long as you can show that at some point during that time frame between January 1st, 2018 and March 15th, 2020, if you've rented it at least once for 31 days or more and less than 1 year, then you would be eligible for an administrative permit to continue that 31-day or more rental through December 31st, 2029.
Okay. I'll let my colleagues ask questions before we go into deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Huppengarr. That was great. Commissioner Buckner.
Thank you, Chair. My thoughts are similar to Commissioner Jones. I was thinking pretty much along the same lines. I'm very concerned, and I'm wondering. It seems like we're jumping ahead. I don't understand why they couldn't sign the settlement agreement instead of making it tentative. Make it a permanent settlement agreement. And then for us to address these issues like short-term rentals and long-term extended stays in hotels or whatever possible different needs our community would require that would accommodate the different uses that might be valuable to our city and to people who do business here. But it seems like we're being rushed to do this zone text amendment in order to satisfy some terms of the settlement agreement. And I feel like, I don't really have a choice but to go along with it because as we've talked about, litigation has been very expensive and costly and time consuming. And if we were to not do this, then the city would be engaged in even longer litigation, particularly now during COVID. The courts are down and things are not moving very quickly through the courts. They never do anyway, but particularly now. And so I understand the sort of urgency to move this forward. My concern is you talk about the value to the city as certainty. It doesn't feel like certainty to me, because what happens at the end of the 10 years or December 31st, 2029, and somebody comes back and there's no historical sort of, and they come to, we're all gone. Let's say we're all, not very many of us are going to be here in 10 years, or maybe many of us will be, but, and they come to the department and they ask for an extension of the conditional use permit, or that might have to require that it come to planning commission and then to city council. But what about the administrative permits? Those usually are issued over the counter, and we don't have the institutional memory, and institutional memory is quite short-lived anyway. So I have some concerns, and I would like to, and I know we're dealing with 10A right now, but I would like to condition the CUP that there be no extensions. If we're looking for certainty, and that's the big value in doing this settlement agreement, then there should be real certainty, and they shouldn't be able to extend it for another 10 years or 5 years or 3 years. So that's where I'm sitting with this, and I'd like to hear how other people are feeling about it. That's where I'm at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Buckner. Commissioner Erickson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to all of the members of the public that came out I share what Commissioner Jones said. This would be much easier. Well, not easier maybe, but much better if we were in the council chambers on the dais to have this conversation. It's hard. We want a public process for this for many reasons. And that's my first comment. There's something about this that doesn't sit right. And it's been like that for a while. I think I mentioned in my opening comments, I've read this item quite a bit because something doesn't sit right. And I don't know if the public is actually having a process right now. Because, and I say that because I feel like the settlement agreement has already been cooked. The council has pretty much already given they haven't, signed on the dotted line, but they pretty much agreed to what's been laid out before us. And now because of and because we all know that you can't force land use issues as a result of settlement and the litigation, as the staff pointed out, they're telling us to have a public process. And we have members of the public coming in and all of them but two, and one is the applicant and one is the applicant's representative, are vehemently opposed to this project. Just like when I wasn't on the commission before, there was a unanimous vote, as Commissioner Jones said. I think the decision's been made for us, and I think Commissioner Buckner has said it very eloquently. I share many of her similar thoughts, and because of that, something doesn't sit right, and I can't get over that. And I've spoken with staff, and I want to commend staff. I know there were some comments that this is being rushed. I know how much and how long staff has put into this, and I really want to thank Rachel. I want to thank the entire team. I want to thank Lauren for talking to me for a long time on the phone. This is hard, and it's even harder in this virtual world of which we're living in. But I still can't get past that. And I can't get past the settlement agreement being done. And then ultimately what I see is this issue that I've been really trying to grapple with all day is that we are the Planning Commission. We are not the City Council. We are supposed to deal with land use. And many of the public comments have spoken to this, but this is bad public policy. This is bad land use policy to fit an agreement for, and that is something decisions in my opinion. It is one decision that is being said to make this land use fix and push it through because we lost the lawsuit. And then the other one is to what's the best interest of the city, of which many of my commissioners have spoken about, and saying that protracted litigation is very expensive. The city, is obviously facing budget shortfalls. Who knows if a judge who has already preliminarily ruled that in this favor, what's going to happen? Does this continue on for 2 to 3 years? Well, I can't remember what commissioner said it, but we all know how things work. Someone will come back in 2029 and ask for an extension. It's just how it happens. We all see it all the time, and they say we're not going to do it. And I don't know if I believe that. And I don't know if I believe that because this is actually one of my first real tries in this project, because as Commissioner Jones has spoken about in regarding the applicant and the project itself, I think there's some disingenuous nature going on. And that's something that I've seen as a member of the public watching this project go before both the Planning Commission and then the City Council, and then obviously reading about it in the news and seeing everything that I do. But there's something that still just doesn't sit right. And the added benefit for the city, of course we want to save the city money. We're looking at a huge shortfall. We're looking at the ways in which we want to make up the ways of the budget, TOT, all of these things. But I don't think this is a compromise. This is a settlement that ultimately really favors AKA. I mean, the city, to sit there and say the city is getting something out of this, I don't know what the city's getting. So you're saying 2029 they'll stop and have to do all this. We all know they're going to come for an extension. And then we save money because we're settling and we don't have to continue to go to court. That's not a land use issue. That's not a land use question. That's not for this body to decide. We're here to make good land use policy. And right now, I don't see this as good land use policy. I feel a lot of my fellow commissioners, I think Commissioner Jones said it very eloquently with how she's trying to see what we're trying to do and get to this issue for the best issue of the city. And at the moment, I'm not supportive of this ZTA. I'm not supportive of this item. The other item, there's more issues for. And I don't, and ultimately, I don't, if I were to vote no, because of my earlier comments, because the council has already essentially approved certain points, they're going to approve it and end the litigation regardless. So I don't know how much of an action that we need to have, which then goes back to my issue of how involved were really the public in this process to begin with. And that's something I still can't grapple with. It doesn't sit right with me. I see it not sitting right with fellow commissioners, but we are in a rock and a hard place that we have to, in a sense, approve this so it can be done and over with. And I'm still open for dialogue. I'm still open for deliberation. But at this moment, I am a no on this item. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. Commissioner Altschul? Speaker.
John, we can't hear you.
Sue, would you like to go ahead while Commissioner Altschul? Sue, your speaker's off. Commissioner Altschul, will come back to you.
I just wanted to add one thing to my earlier comments about the certainty. And that really is an issue because apparently that's the only thing that the city got in terms of this compromise or negotiation was this quote certainty that it was going to end in 10 years. However, I want to remind people that the business model of AKA is short-term rentals. And that's how they operate. That's what it's all about for them. So I don't know that I really trust that unless we put something in there, and I would like to recommend to council if we go forward that there be some kind of a clause or in there that after the 10 years, they can't come back. It's over. And ask for more time to continue operating as they've always operated all over the country. That's my thought. And I'd also ask Lauren, if you could tell us what options we have with regard to our job, what's our role here? I have some issues too about that. We're just going to recommend to council that it go forward. Can we recommend that it go forward with some modifications, or do we just express our views and let it go forward? What's our job here tonight? What are we supposed to be doing?
I mean, I think that's up to this commission to decide is what the commission is comfortable recommending. I mean, Rachel's put forth the proposal to you and explained how we got here and why we're here and what it does. I mean, proposing clarifications that you think there might be something missing or it doesn't quite make sense, I think is very helpful. I would be a little bit hesitant to put something in that says this can never be changed in the future because we can't tie the hands of a future city council. And as Rachel acknowledged, that the plan is that the proposal is this is for 10 years, and at the end we get what we want is that these units are used for long-term dwelling units. If 10 years down the road they want to ask to extend it, it would be up to the city council at that time to consider that. And we don't know. Maybe this will be great and the city will love it. And so much can change in 10 years that it's really hard to talk about that stage. So what we should focus on is tonight and what the commission is comfortable with. And the different details of the ZTA. And I'd like to keep the ZTA conversation as separate as we can from the CUP, because we do have to have a separate public hearing on that application. So I just want to remind everyone that, you need talk about the CUP at that piece of the hearing.
Thank you.
Am I on?
Thank you, Lauren. Commissioner Altschul, please go ahead.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with what Commissioner Jones said originally, but I would like us to take strict account and look at the fact that a settlement is not something nefarious. A settlement is something that does the best it can under the circumstances, and certainty is not something that we can count on. 6 months ago, we had a certainty to the extent that it could be that our hotels were doing wonderful business, tourism was up, and our vacancy factors in hotels was not a problem. Now we have a different situation. In 2029, we have no clue as to what the economic situation is going to be because of any one of a number of happenstances that may or may not occur. A year ago, when we had this item, and they had dozens of people here complaining about housing, 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 and all those people were brought to the hearing under sort of false pretenses. They all thought in their heads, maybe wrong, definitely wrongly, but maybe not intentionally put there, that we were talking about affordable housing. These buildings are not affordable houses. This is not affordable housing. The West building of this particular project is luxury housing. And 6 months ago, we could say we had no shortage of luxury housing. I don't know whether we have a surplus of luxury housing today or not. Nothing is certain, as we have seen in the last few months. And I would suggest that this is a solution to a current problem, which is a serious problem because our text did not include proper language to define what exactly a tenancy is. This is why we're here again tonight. A year ago when we were here, the room cleared out when it was pointed out to these people that were here to protest that this is not affordable housing, that none of them could probably rent the units that were being talked about. That I believe that the average rental was something like $9,000 a month for these units. I don't know what they can get for these units now, but I suspect it's not what they could have gotten for it a year ago because of the situation in the community, in the state, in the world, in the country. So I think we have to make do with the best information that we have at the present time. We have units that need to be filled in one way or the other. My concern is I am a member of a Cedars organization that is a rehabilitation gym because of my physical condition. I have had a heart attack. And I go 3 times a week when it's open to the gym for exercise, which I need, and so does everybody else. And in the course of going there for 14 or 15 years, I've run into people who have been here for transplants, for all kinds of serious surgery, and have brought their families with them and have been able to rent short-term, medium-term units so their families can be with them for the recovery time that it takes. And it's a wonderful thing. I am also a big supporter of people who come here from all parts of the country, all parts of the world, for the entertainment industry or any other business that they are a part of, that they want to and are able to live here for a short period of time, from 30 days to 6 months or whatever, in order to get some business going, or in order to do a pilot, or to do something here that we're able to do here that they can't do anyplace else. So I believe that some of these exemptions have been made so that we can still have some of that. I think we ought to look at it in the situation that we're in today, and not in the situation that may be here in 2020, 29, because that's not going to be much help. So can we solve a problem today? Yes. Is the negotiation beneficial to both sides, in my opinion today, yes. So it's my intention to consider this the best of all possible worlds for today and the situation in the world and the situation in our region today. So I'm going to support this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Altschul. Commissioner Hoopengardner?
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to try and summarize for myself and ask legal to maybe help me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. This item is about crafting a ZTA on our rental housing lease terms. And it happens to incorporate some things that were the result of a negotiation of a settlement of an existing lawsuit, but that's only one component of this. And to be clear, the city did not lose a lawsuit. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. This is a settlement. This is a negotiation. And as I think Lauren pointed out earlier, that is one component of this, and it is a settlement, and it's a compromise. So as I read it, what we're saying is existing multifamily rental stock is required to have a 1-year lease term. If that rental stock exists in a commercial district, they may have as little as a 31-day lease term, correct?
Only if they were already engaging in this activity for that window of time.
Okay. But it also excludes all condos and single family homes from this ordinance. They can lease as they will.
For 31 days or more.
Okay.
Yes.
So to Mr. King's point from public comments, that the long-term tenancy really does encourage stability. And I believe that was one of the goals of the city council in terms of defining a lease as a 1-year term. It was to encourage that stability and long-term tenancy in the community. It doesn't preclude other opportunities for short-term housing, to Mr. Altschul's point, that people need a few weeks for an acting gig, for a healthcare gig, for whatever it might be. The 5-day piece is in my opinion, my understanding, the unfortunate result of the settlement. And it allows AKA to get closer to their hotel status, if I may joke about it, than previously allowed. Does that kind of summarize what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So in light of that, and in light of the settlement, I am inclined to support this amendment to our zone text about rental housing lease terms, and with the caveat that the correction is made that I already identified. And I would like to suggest that perhaps there's a way to incorporate Commissioner Buckner's concern, which I agree with, that 10 years from now, we've all received these, oh, well, it's just an extending of an existing ZTA, just sign here, and that we could certainly see a situation where that happens if the intent of this is not in some way codified. So I'm wondering if there's some way in the resolution to convey to the future council and commissioners the intent of this and why this happened, because this institutional memory is not that long, that they still have every right to go ahead and extend it if they decide it's a great thing and that, you know, there's extenuating circumstances or whatever. But if there's some way to codify our intent, that the 5-day not be extended.
So, like as I mentioned before, I wouldn't recommend putting language in the code that says this could never be extended because it ties the hands of the future city council. But I could absolutely recommend the planning commission expressing what their recommendation is based on, a statement of intent in the resolution. So, you know, on page 4 in section 10, where you say you hereby recommend, we could add a statement that says this recommendation is based on the proposal that this is for 10 years and will not be, so it's a statement of, it's explaining more why the planning commission is making its recommendation.
That would be, and I will be willing, I'm going to jump ahead of Commissioner Bass here, but that would be my motion if I were to make it.
Okay, so I can craft some language while we hear from everyone else if that's going to be the will of the commission. And I know Rachel worked on some language about clarifying that affordable housing units are not eligible for this administrative permit or the CUP. Okay.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengartner. Vice Chair Bass, do you want to speak? And then we'll come back and ask, respond to Commissioner Jones and Buckner and Altschul.
I'm happy to let Commissioner Jones has had her hand up. I'm happy to go. I've just been taking notes here and go after.
Okay. So Commissioner Altschul, you had your hand up first. Do you have a comment?
No, I made mine. Thank you. If I had my
Okay,
hand
great.
up,
Commissioner Jones?
my nose.
Thank you. I want to ask a quick point of clarification, and I don't think this was included in the staff report, but I've read it so many times at this point, my eyes have glazed over a bit. Can anyone confirm how AKA is operating the property as it stands up as of today? Are they operating it as short-term, as an extended stay hotel? That was my understanding, but I'd like to get confirmation from staff on that.
So our understanding is that at this point, they're renting each unit for 31 days or more.
That's the West Building.
Thank you for that. That's the West Tower. The East Tower is rented out for annual leases. So initial lease term of 1 year. So that East Tower would be in compliance.
So the sooner, and again, I'm just asking for clarification, until we move something forward or make a recommendation to council, and then this is finally, we hope, settled in whatever way it's going to be settled, they can continue to operate it as such until we give them requirements to comply with other or updated zoning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Commissioner Buckner? Your sound is off. Your sound is off. There you go.
I might be jumping the gun, but I would be willing to second the motion that Commissioner Hoopengartner has proposed with that change in the language as a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Buckner. So Commissioner Buckner, Vice Chair Bass.
Yeah, thank you. I do have some thoughts, and I appreciate, I had a lot of conflict about this internally, and so I really wanted to hear what my colleagues had to say, and I'm interested in what you have to say as well, our chair. But I think anyone who looks back at the zone text interpretation meeting that we had when AKA appealed the director's decision, I don't think there's any ambiguity of where I stood on that. So I think I come to this conversation adamantly opposed to the short-term rental in that building, and I do believe that does violate the development agreement. And I personally liked the city council was litigating that, and I appreciate that. But I also recognize that nothing's certain in lawsuits, and I do believe we actually lost our first motion to prevent them from doing that in the short term while we litigated this, which I think goes to what Commissioner Jones was just asking of how they're operating it currently. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected if that is wrong. So as I read this packet, I'm looking down at notes here. I feel really weird on camera, so forgive me. I'll just apologize up front. But looking at my notes, I was originally really concerned with a lot of the dates, and I think that was obvious in my questions earlier. The one about it ending in 2029, I thought that was incredibly long, and I had concerns about that. But I am satisfied with the answer about the fact that we still need to look at this. This commission recommended, and the council agreed, that we need that sort of midterm zone that allows housing that isn't 1 year in a very limited capacity in our city. So I believe that this 9.5 years or so will give the city time to adopt that sort of zone text amendment and have those projects go through the entitlement process, get approved, and get built. And I do think it's going to take a big chunk of that 9 years. So anything shorter might be too little. I'm still very concerned, though, about the 30% and the 5-day numbers. I think 30% is high. I think this commission talked about 20% being a good number when it was before us. I mentioned that earlier. But the 5-day, I just think it's inappropriate. I think that it is turning some of those units into hotel units. Collecting the TOT makes that really obvious that it is a hotel, that 30%. And I'm also concerned that that was never part of the conversation in public, and it's coming to us for the first time tonight. So there was no public process. That was all done in negotiations. And so that's really concerning to me. It's also concerning to me that it looks like we're adopting a zone text amendment entirely for one property. And that just doesn't sit well for me either. All of that being said, a lot of these conversations and decisions were made in closed door negotiations, and necessarily so. They had to be closed door negotiations. So because of that, I feel like we're being asked to make a decision with one hand tied behind our back without all of the information and that sort of insight. And so part of me comes down to just trusting our staff, our legal counsel, and the city council in that they do have all of that information. I could go, not having all of that information, I could go get on board with everything but the five-day rentals. But at this point in time, I'm an at-large appointee to this commission. And so when the whole council acts, I do feel to some degree directed by that sort of action. And so since there's a tentative settlement agreement, I recognize that our city council are the elected representatives of our city, the elected representatives of the people. And so ultimately their decision matters a lot more than mine. And I trust those 5 people to consider, and they were divided. So I actually think that they probably had really good debate on this issue. So what it comes down to me is, we serve at the pleasure of the council. They've negotiated this, so I have to trust the information we don't have is in the best interest of the city. And ultimately, I think in Commissioner Jones's initial comments, she really brought up the fact that all we're doing is making a recommendation on this item. The next item is a different story, but on this item, all we're doing is making a recommendation, and the council's given us very clear direction on the recommendation they want from us. So in as much as, our minutes reflect our viewpoint, any one of them could be watching right now and hearing directly. We can all reach out to them privately, and I do believe staff will accurately reflect our concerns. I'm on record that I don't like the five-day thing, and I hope that they take into consideration that I think that's bad policy for our city. But considering they have information I don't, I would be prepared to reluctantly support staff's recommendation tonight.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bass. Commissioner Erickson?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think Vice Chair Bass summed up a lot of how I feel. We're working with one arm behind our back. And I'm going to say it again, we all know, and I totally agree, council has been behind closed door negotiations. I agree with what Commissioner Alshula said. I agree with most of what all my fellow commissioners have said, that I believe that they know and have information that we do not. We are not the city council, right? We are the planning commission. We are making a recommendation to them. However, our purview is land use, and that is where I'm focused on in my comments. And like with what I think several commissioners have said, there are some issues here. And I have a question for Lauren. Lauren, the judge initially ruled against us, correct? In her initial take?
Look, litigation is a long, complicated process.
But the judge ruled against us.
Some initial rulings were not necessarily in the city's favor, but there's also a long way to go.
So I just would like to correct the record, because the judge did rule against the city because she saw our code and she interpreted what AKA presented as housing.
I think you said that the city lost, and so that suggests that the
Yeah,
litigation was over.
we can get into semantics, but at first pass in the lawsuit, the judge made a preliminary ruling and it was not in the city's favor. So we entered into settlement agreements, correct?
Yes, the city received some
Bad
less
news.
than favorable initial.
Yeah, the city received bad news. So for all of my fellow commissioners, you can interpret that how you would like to, and understand it. And I agree, a settlement is not perfect. And I think Commissioner also said it very eloquently. And that is ultimately why several members of the public spoken in favor of the 1 year aspect of creating and we all were I think in agreement when I was on the commission at that point when we spoke about 1 year agreement with the lease and what that meant. That itself was also a fix to the AKA problem, tried to be a fix to the AKA problem, and here we are again. So I think Commissioner Vice Chair Bass said it very eloquently with, I think we are working behind one hand behind our back, but I think the decision has been made for us. I don't think the public has been able to actually have a process, because I believe closed door negotiations, what has occurred to us, is this actually what we want out of a city with our vision of housing and what we look at it? I don't think AKA is that, in my opinion. Commissioner Buckner called it short-term. I mean, short-term rentals, that's exactly what it is. And ultimately, that's why I'm still opposed to this, because I believe that even if this commission were to 4-3 reject this, the city council has and knows information that we do not, and has taken in other issues that we do not have before us. And this is a settlement agreement they've already agreed to. So they would essentially approve it because it's already been given to us that they've given their blessing in some way, shape, or form. I mean, Lauren, the city council has essentially looked over this because staff has created a report and they put a lot of work into it, but this has been given almost a pre-blessing in many ways. The city is willing to live with this as part of the settlement. So make a ZTA that fixes it.
Yes, the city council has entered into a tentative settlement agreement. The terms of the agreement can't commit the city to what a legislative change or a CUP would say. It all has to go through the process.
And it is going through this process right now. Yes. So I'm not going to reiterate the points I've said before. I'm going to be quiet because I know our chair hasn't spoken, and so I'm just going to mute. But that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. Commissioner Altschul.
To those few that are hung up on the 5-day issue, anybody who wants to rent something for 5 days has a choice of, I don't know how many Airbnbs in this town. So it's not for a shortage of something cheaper than a rich hotel that 5 days can be had.
Thank you, Commissioner Altschul. Any other comments? And if not, then I will state what I'm thinking. I too have had difficulty with this over the last couple of days. And it all goes back to, not having a clear definition of long-term and what long-term meant. And by the time, and AKA recognized that, they saw the loophole and they threaded that needle. And by the time, our director defined it and we agreed and council agreed, AKA was already in operation at 8500 Sunset. And now, and when the judge kicked out that injunction to keep them from operating, that's when obviously as these negotiations started. I read in a WeHoville article on June 21st, 2019, our city attorney, Mike Jenkins, was quoted saying, "We remain confident that the evidence which will show that the project was approved and must be used for actual housing, not for hotel stays by visitors to West Hollywood." However, none of this evidence that he's quoting is part of our staff report. So we really can't comment on 5 days, 31 days, 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, because we don't really have anything to base that. So if we changed any of those terms, it would be completely arbitrary. So for me, it goes back to what is our ultimate goal as a city? We want long-term housing defined as a minimum 1-year lease. And we have an option of approving the ZTA and getting what we want in 10 years, or saying no to the CTA and potentially throwing the entire discussion up in the air. Though I understand that city council could reject planning commission. Lauren, maybe you can clarify that. Could city council reject commission's request or information that and go ahead and agree to the settlement that they've already sort of come to an agreement on?
Yes, the planning commission is a recommending body to the city council. So whatever form it takes, it's a recommendation. They're the ultimate decision maker on it.
Right. So we don't have anything to base different terms on. I agree with Vice Chair Bass. I've been feeling the last couple of days like our hands are kind of tied. Either we, right now I'm inclined to vote yes, because in the end, I want long-term housing defined as 1-year minimum. And the only option to have that we have to choose from is agreeing to the zone text amendment. But yes, as our attorney, Mike Jenkins said, this is not for hotel stays by visitors to West Hollywood, something that we discussed as a commission, we didn't support. And now here we are having to consider, short-term stays that are more akin to a hotel than they are to what this project was originally intended to be. So on that, I think Commissioner Hoopengardner has maybe a comment and a motion to put on the table.
I do. Thank you,
Go
Chair.
ahead. Thank you.
I didn't speak to this because I think I was pretty adamant when this first came through in my opinions about what I felt was a very bad actor and we all concurred. I think except one of us wasn't on that particular vote, but we all concurred. It was very, very obvious that this particular project was approved for housing. It was clear from the very first day. I was at every one of those hearings throughout the time period that the Sunset Millennium went through the approval process. It was housing, and that was an agreement between the hotels that didn't want 4 hotels in the middle of the city and the competition. So the agreement was the east side was 2 hotels, the west side was 2 towers of housing. And I think we all know that, we all agree with that, and that is what everybody's intent was. And as Rogerio very clearly pointed out, the applicant found that loophole and just walked right through it, and here we are today. That said, this particular item 10A is about a ZTA to change our rental housing lease terms. And there's basically 3 chunks to it. And do I agree with Commissioner Bass that the 5 days is exceedingly low and it should be higher? Yes. Am I pleased that at least there's some TOT on the 5 days to the 31 days? Yes. I apologize. That's theoretically in our next item. But at this point, I feel like this does achieve the majority of our goals in terms of long-term housing. It does provide for some medium term, shorter term housing. And it does get us to a place that relates to the settlement. And I think with the 2 amendments that I previously outlined regarding the affordable housing being excluded in the calculations, and speaking to the intent, I would move that we approve staff's recommendation and bring it back on consent for the final approval of these words.
Second.
Was there a specific language that we've been working on the specific language that was discussed during the meeting, and I can share the screen and go over those with you if that works.
Yeah, could we read that into the record just so I know what I'm voting on?
That would be great.
If she can actually, that's I guess a benefit of Zoom is she can show you her screen.
I can. Give me
Yeah.
just a moment. First, I'll go ahead and start with in section 10, which is on page 3 of resolution 2013-63. You can see the last sentence is highlighted mostly in yellow. That was added. It adds, the Planning Commission supports this recommendation of approval based on the elimination of the legally non-conforming use and conditional use permit use of 5 days or more by December 31st, 2029, and recommends these provisions not be extended further by the City Council.
Excellent.
Okay, and then if you move on, this is attachment A. Oh, and Lynn, you pointed out a typo. There was something weird with this document, so I fixed that typo that you brought up that was in, and sorry for the people who get sick from the scrolling, I truly apologize. In section 3, I just fixed those, instead of bullets, the numbers are just in the paragraph to fix some of the formatting issue that you saw. So there was no change except to make that 4 bullets. And then if you go to attachment A, which is the actual zone text amendment, and you skip ahead to section 2, which goes through the kind of bulk of the requirements. In 1936-275 A1, I added a sentence at the end highlighted in yellow that says affordable housing units are not eligible for the administrative permit in this section and shall be rented for an initial lease term of 1 year. And then in the section beyond that, subsection 2, there was an added phrase also highlighted in yellow, and I'll just read that whole paragraph. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this code, owners of dwelling units granted an administrative permit pursuant to 19.36.275, subparagraph A1 above that are located within the Sunset Specific Plan may request a conditional use permit to rent up to 30% of total dwelling units deemed a non-conforming use, in parentheses, not including affordable housing units, parentheses, with a structure that was granted an administrative permit to lease for a minimum of 31 days pursuant to subparagraph A1 above for a minimum of 5 days until such administrative permit expires or until December 31st, 2029, whichever is sooner. This subparagraph applies only to buildings with at least 3 dwelling units that are in possession of the administrative permit under subparagraph A1. And that was it for the changes.
Sorry, Rachel, I'm so sorry to ask this. Can you go back to the original highlighted area? I want to make sure, again, I just want to make sure this is, if I'm reading this correctly, this is not, okay, let's see. Supports recommendation for based on the elimination. So this is essentially against the advice that Lauren gave us where she was recommending that we actually not include a provision to the.
No, what I was saying was we can't put it in the code that this would never be extended, but you can state what your recommendation was based on. This is why the Planning Commission is saying yes, because it's your understanding that in 10 years this is going to go away, and you don't recommend that it be extended any further beyond that. So it's an explanation of your recommendation.
And it's part of the resolution, not the actual code change.
Yes.
Exactly. So this won't be in the actual Title 19. This will just be in that supporting documentation. So that'll go
Right.
directly to council, and it'll
To
be
clarify, this wouldn't need to come back on consent for that reason because it is just a recommendation, correct?
That's correct. That's why we're reading these changes into the record so that they can be directly impacting this resolution and approved
Yeah,
today.
the only reason I was going to ask for consent was just to make sure that we could review this language, but thank you for doing this, and that solves the problem. My only other question, Rachel, on this is, to be clear, this only applies to owners of current properties. This does not go with the land. If this property is sold, this is expired, correct?
No, this would run with the land, so it wouldn't run with a specific owner. It's about operation of the land use on the site, and it could carry to different owners, and again would still expire in December 2029.
Okay, thank you. With that said, my motion is to approve staff's recommendation with these amendments to the resolutions and the code.
Second.
And Commissioner Ulch will second. Okay, so David, can you call a vote?
Commissioner Hoopengarner,
Aye.
Commissioner Elchel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson,
No.
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bass,
Yes.
Chair Carvalero,
Yes.
and the motion passes. 6 ayes, 1 no by Commissioner Erickson. There's no appeal process. This is a recommendation to City Council.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, as a member of the public.
Thank you.
Can you take a bathroom break?
Commissioner
please?
Buckner. Yes.
Sorry.
Commissioner Commissioner, your mic.
All right. I'd like to take a quick break, please.
Sure. 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Not that they can tell.
almost 9 o'clock.
Okay, is everybody back online or
Present.
here? Thanks, Commissioner Altschul.
The back yet?
Yeah. And I said I was present, so
And they heard you?
yeah.
Why aren't they talking?
Hmm.
Why aren't they talking?
Because it hasn't been resumed yet, but I talked to him.
Oh, shall I walk the doggies?
Yeah.
John, you're not muted, but I am very much enjoying hearing everything that's going on by you right now. I just want to say for the record.
Thank you, Stacy. Good to see you all.
Same.
Next year in the same room.
John, is it possible to put a light on? We're having problems seeing you.
Well,
Is candlelight acceptable?
he went to walk the dogs. I don't know what the heck to do.
A flick of the Bic.
I don't own a Vic. When he gets back, we'll do something.
Yay, I think we're all back. Oh, no, we're still waiting for Commissioner Buckner. Okay, it looks like we're all back and ready to go. So item 10B, 8500 Sunset Boulevard, West Tower. We will consider a request for administrative permit that would allow legal non-conforming shorter term rentals for a minimum stay of 31 days, and the request for a CUP that would allow legal non-conforming shorter term rentals for a minimum of 5 days within 30 units. And I understand Antonio Castillo is going to give us the staff report. Antonio?
Yes, good evening, Chair, members of the Commission and public.
Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Division. As Rachel laid out, this item is a request for 2 entitlements consistent with the proposed ZTA for an existing operational mixed-use structure known as AKA West Hollywood. I'll try not to reiterate too much of what was already presented by Rachel in the ZTA item here. The first is an administrative permit to allow the existing residential unit to continue to be occupied for a minimum 31 days as legally non-conforming units, and a CUP to permit short-term rentals of a minimum of 5 days in up to 30% of the legal non-conforming non-income restricted units, or 30 units. Consistent with the proposed ZTA, the administrative permit and the conditional use permit would exist for 10 years and expire on December 31st, 2029. The property is part of the Sunset La Cienega development. On outside Sunset Boulevard between Alta Loma and La Cienega Boulevard to the east. The site includes 2 buildings, an east and a west tower, with common subterranean parking. The east tower contains 80 residential units with 8 affordable residential units and retail on the ground and subterranean level. The west tower, which is the subject of this request this evening, contains 110 residential units with 9 affordable units, a restaurant, and other commercial uses on the first floor. The proposed use would not result in any physical change to the existing structure, and there would be no other changes to the existing operation of the mixed-use property. The residential portion of the west tower currently operate as furnished service residences with minimum residency of 31 days. The units have included initial lease terms of less than 1 year and more than 30 days between January 1st, 2018 and March 15, 2020, which is the required qualifications under the proposed ZTA to be eligible for the administrative permit. According to the applicant, the building operator management would provide all guests and residents with a professionally managed, safe, secure residential style property option. In just a moment, the applicant can further elaborate on the use of those units. In conclusion, this request is consistent with the terms of the tentative settlement agreement that have already been discussed and contingent with the approval of the related ZTA. The permits would be valid from the effective date of the ZTA until December 31st, 2029, at which time the units must operate in conformance with all applicable codes. Other than permitting a shorter minimum length of residency in the units within the West Tower, there would be no change to the design or operating characteristics of the project. Following implementation of the proposed use, all the amenities on site would continue to be available to all residents and guests of the project, including the income restricted units in the West Tower and all the units in the adjacent East Tower on the same property. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the requested entitlements subject to the findings and conditions of approval set before you in the draft resolution. We have the applicants online as well to answer any questions, and I'll be available. Myself and Rachel will be available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Antonio. So I'm going to call commissioner names, and if you have any questions for staff, Commissioner Erickson.
Not at this time, thank you.
Commissioner Hoopengartner. Do you have any questions for staff?
Sorry, my mouse was not unmuting. This technology stuff. Okay, so yeah, just one quick question. The 30 units, I think this, we touched on this earlier in the previous item, but how were those validated?
The 30 units are the city received a copy of the leases for those units, which have been verified that they were leased for a minimum of 31 days.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for staff?
Moi?
Commissioner Buckner?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Altschul, do you have any questions for staff?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, do you have any questions for staff?
I do not. Sorry, Commissioner or Chair Cavallaro, you broke up for just a moment there, and I wanted to make sure you hadn't called on me. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Bass, do you have any questions for staff?
Yeah, Lauren, can you walk us through how we can approve a conditional use permit under an ordinance that doesn't exist? I mean, we approved a recommendation to the city council, but there is no ordinance under which to approve this conditional use permit tonight.
Yeah, that's a fair question. There's many times when a permit is being asked for at the same time as a zone text amendment, and there's two ways to process it. One is both documents go to the Planning Commission for a recommendation, and then both documents go to the City Council for final decision. Or another way to do it is the Planning Commission considers both, makes a decision on the permit contingent on any changes to the code, and then the final code changes go up to the City Council for final approval. So there's two ways to do this, and just the way that the process was set out through this settlement component is that the Planning Commission considers a CUP. It will not and cannot go into effect until the zone text amendment is approved, and it's conditioned that way. So it's one of two ways to process these, and this is how this process was set out.
And have we done this before? I mean, I know we haven't done it since I've been around, but can staff point to where this has been done before?
I've definitely done it in my practice both ways in a variety of cities I've worked in, because as I mentioned, there's many times when a permit is requested at the same time as a legislative change. I don't know if Jennifer or Tony can think of any other examples. I think we all acknowledge it's a little bit unusual, but it's a practice that can be done, and the permit is conditioned appropriately that it would not go into effect. It has no value until the code is changed.
Just to reiterate this point, so I don't know if we have public speakers, and we might, but if somebody wants to weigh in on this tonight, and they might comment, and their comment would have changed based on what the final ordinance that, let's say the city council changes the ordinance that we just recommended to them in one way or another, who knows? But if a member of the public would comment on this conditional use permit differently, if the ordinance is different, they get a fair, how is this a fair hearing for the public and the applicant to be able to respond to those issues?
Well, I think that's kind of a hard question to answer in the abstract. I mean, if the council makes any changes to the code amendment, it could require an amendment to this CUP. It's a little bit abstract to answer. This can be changed if there are changes made at the council level. So as with any amendment to a CUP, there could be further process. We're hearing both items at the same time, both at Planning Commission, the other one's going up to City Council. So I think there's adequate opportunities for public comment on this. And if the CUP needs to be changed after the council, we can do that.
So excuse me, but to Adam's point, should we make any approval of this CUP be conditioned upon the fact that ZTA gets approved as written as recommended by this body. And if there's any changes to it, then all bets are off on any recommendations we make on this CUP. Can we make that part of our approval or non-approval, if as the case may be?
Well, I mean, the conditions in this permit are word for word what's in the ZTA. So I think that if the council were to make any changes to the ZTA, it would likely need to come back for amendments anyway. So I think you could condition it to make that clear. I know we have lots of conversations at this commission about changes that might take place to a project or an activity after you've reviewed it. So I think that would be, in line with other changes we've made on permits, and we need the document to reflect what the code says.
Would it help to bring the resolution back after the approval of the ZTA?
I think it would be better to come back for an amendment, just the way the process and the timing was set out in the tentative settlement agreement. It wasn't anticipated to be processed that way. I mean, maybe the applicant can also speak to the process. But I think it would be better just to bring it back for an amendment so that because it has to mirror what's in the ZTA.
But to echo Commissioner Bass's point, isn't this unfair to the public as well? I mean, I just feel like we're commenting on, I feel like we're being expeditious with an item because of a settlement agreement, not to be fair to the public or the applicant on either side. I mean, the word settlement is written all over the staff report. I mean, I don't know. I agree with what Commissioner Bass said and his question to you. I'm not trying to deliberate, but I'm just trying to say, like, I actually don't think that this item is fair to the public or the applicant. So I don't know.
Well, why don't we hear from everybody, hear from the applicant, and then we can talk about what to do. We can't make a decision at this point in the hearing.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to applicant's presentation. So you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioners, Bill Delvac on behalf of Brookfield and AKA, as I mentioned, for owners and operators of the apartment complex at 8500 Sunset. Before I go into the presentation, which will be brief, much less than the time allotted, I'd like to address the very important valid questions that were just raised by commissioners. The ZTA and the CUP administrative permit fit together seamlessly. Of course, you can vote to approve or deny. You have your discretion, but there's no variance between what's contemplated by the ZTA, which I should say, thank you, commissioners, for voting it forward so this can move forward. There's no variance. So if I'm a member of the public and I have concerns about the CUP, I had them about the ZTA. As your city attorney said, if the council changes the ZTA in a way that's materially different than the CUP, then of course adjustments are going to have to be made. So I believe that the issues are the same. They're tandem and parallel. And so we don't believe that either we or the public are just served by that. I also would like to note that, as staff said, well before even entering into the finalizing the settlement agreement, the city saw that from the very beginning of operations, we'd had 31-day leases. So the administrative permit speaks to that, and we've provided that evidence. Let me go to my presentation in the interest of the commissioner's time, and you'll have to bear with me. I'm older than technology likes. How'd I do? Can you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So this was just the opening, which I've already spoken to. How come it's not moving forward? Oops. Technology is not my friend yet. We do appreciate the opportunity to be here. As we noted on the prior item, we're very pleased that the issues that have existed between AKA Brookfield and the city are being resolved by the actions.
And we look forward to a new opportunity to join with the city to create a creative, modest in number and scope and term housing solution that responds to the need for flexible housing options under unique circumstances. 8500 Sunset has already become an integral part of the strip. As staff said, there are 110 apartments, 101 are furnished market rate, and from the very beginning were 31-day leases. We want to emphasize this, the 9 affordable units have always been, always will be under the Affordable Housing Agreement for 1 year or longer. We understand the Commission's desire to make clarifications, which we'll take a close look at in the zone text amendment. But because they had to be rented for a year, they never were available for the administrative permit. Those are all occupied, and we've been enjoying great success with that program. We appreciate the city's cooperation. Going to the point about granting the CUP before the ZTA is effective, indeed, the CUP will never be effective if the ZTA is not effective. And so that issue, we believe, is adequately addressed. The market rate units, 31 days to 1 year, as I've said, and a very limited number of units for 5 to 30-day occupancy. These actions are consistent with the housing element, which encourages a diverse housing stock and a diverse range of housing options. And these words, I think, are very important, including flexible housing types. That's exactly what this is. This is a flexible type of housing in between the 31-day stays, which would, in fact, increase ongoing vacancy. In our view, it's clear all the way along that West Tower is not a hotel. It does not have traditional hotel amenities. All tenants must sign a lease. Even for 5-day tenancies, a lease must be signed. Rent must be prepaid, which is not in the case of a hotel. All the apartments have full kitchens, stocked with all the things needed to prepare and serve meals. The apartments all have living rooms, dining areas, and washers and dryers. I think this is a very important point that I believe Commissioner Alschel was speaking to on the prior item. We are in an unprecedented time, and it's the type of time that shows that we do need flexibility. 2 groups of tenants in particular, those who are dislocated and currently unable to search for housing due to quarantine, and families of medical patients in nearby excellent hospitals. But there are other tenants who also need this flexibility. People renovating their home or displaced due to damage and insurance claims. Creative professionals working on projects of varying or uncertain lengths. They come for 10 days and end up staying for a month or 2 or 3. People going through a separation or divorce, and people relocating to West Hollywood. There are safeguards. I mentioned there will be no impact on the affordable housing units. No existing tenants will be displaced. Only vacant units will be available for the 5-day tenants. There would be no change, or at most negligible change, from the baseline of existing operations. So we strongly agree with staff's recommendation to adopt a categorical exemption under CEQA. Finally, all standard and appropriate conditions have been recommended to you by staff to ensure appropriate operations and enforceability, which speaks to the comments made on the prior item. The conditions do, in fact, ensure that we will operate within the CUP. As required under the city's law, anytime someone stays in a unit of any type for less than 31 days, the TOT is automatically owed. So we're subject to it, 5 to 31 days TOT. This will provide a direct material fiscal benefit to the city. And we probably would have made this point 3 months ago, but tonight we absolutely have to make the point that we are in a time of economic uncertainty and potential budgetary shortfalls. So this new revenue stream is more important than ever. In conclusion, Brookfield and AKA are committed to being first-class partners in the community and helping West Hollywood continue its tradition of innovation while protecting and serving tenants. We believe that the ZTA, which you just recommended approval, the CUP and the administrative permit as a collection of actions will provide a balance between the city's desire for a long-term change in their code and our interest in what we believe the law was, and the court agreed with us. Don't need to spend more time on that. So we respectfully urge the commission to approve the administrative permit and CUP. We do thank you and staff, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. David, do we have any public speakers at this time?
We do. I'm showing one. This is a public comment for Mr. Jonah Breslow for item 10B, 8500 Sunset. You have 3 minutes to speak if you'd like.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it brief. My name is Jonah Breslau. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, Lane, and the 30,000 hospitality workers. If you know here, Local 11. I would just like to reiterate, the city has attempted to take a stand against bad actors that have been turning housing stock into de facto hotels, and whether or not that's a extended stay, which has many of the amenities the applicant described, or otherwise, it still sounds to many of us, I believe, like a hotel. And I would ask you again to reject this permit and stand, to continue to try to address the regional housing crisis head on, whether no matter what kind of units we're talking about. This sets a bad precedent to allow the conversion of housing to short-term rental use. And we implore you to take a firm stance against this development. Thank you.
Thank you. David, do we have any other public speakers?
That was our last public speaker.
Thank you. So the applicant has 5 minutes to make comment on the public comment or anything that you'd like to clarify.
Thank you. Just a further word. We've operated this way since we opened. We believed we were within our rights. We understand there was a disagreement. It's now resolved. And to the point of the public process as we move forward, neither of these, the ZTA does not end here. It will be before council. And so the public can go there and speak. And so we believe there's a full process. Very much admire and appreciate the commission's detailed review of this. It's there you've all studied up. We think the public's been served well by this outcome by resolving this and moving on. So we thank you.
Thank you, sir. I realize that I missed disclosures, but I'm assuming they're all the same as the last item. So we're all good? Okay. So then I'm going to close public comment and keep the public hearing open and start with commissioner deliberation. And I'll start with Commissioner Erickson.
Can we ask questions of the applicant?
Yes. Yeah, then now's the appropriate time.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm so sorry. What was your first name again, the applicant?
Bill Delvac. Yeah. I'm the land use counsel for AKA.
Thank you, Bill. How much is an average rent for a 31-day stay at an AKA property?
It's market rate. It's not as high as Commissioner Elshul said. Let me get a text back and give that to you. But they were built as luxury residences and they're operated that way. Mm-hmm. So the rents, yeah, but the rents can only be what the market will bear.
But it is luxury housing, so it's different.
Oh, from the beginning when it was approved, it was luxury housing all the way along.
Thanks. How do you define a hotel?
Well, that's a great question. How does the city define a hotel? It says usually
you.
Well, I'm a hotel guy, right? So I don't stay in hotels for more than 3 days. I do appreciate the question. I was thinking about whether I would tell you that I'm a typical type of resident who might need an AKA type. When I first separated, unfortunately, and moved out, I moved into a hotel thinking I would stay there until I sorted out my life. 4 days later, I checked out and found a monthly apartment. People in transition in their lives don't go stay in hotels, they find a place to land. And so a hotel is a place where, you know, you don't cook. Of course, some units have limited kitchens, you don't cook. It's just a different feeling. And I'm speaking from direct personal experience. Living in the Biltmore Hotel did not feel like home. It's different.
How do you define an extended stay hotel then?
I don't have that. I'm not an expert on hotels, and we don't believe we're an extended stay hotel. I do know that I've never signed a lease at a hotel. I've never had, as they do sometimes here, have a credit check at a hotel. I've never had real estate disclosures. In the early rounds of discussion, we showed what the leases are. There's all the required real estate disclosures. The contractual relationship at 8,500 and a hotel could not be more different.
Great. Those are all my questions for right now, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments, Commissioner Erickson?
Oh, no, I need to gather my thoughts for a second. I was just prepared.
Okay, great.
But thank you. I'll let you know.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoopengartner?
Sorry, no questions at this time.
And do you have any comments for deliberation?
Oh, I didn't realize we were jumping straight to that. Yes, I think at this point we've litigated the ZTA at this point. We've discussed it. We've gone there, and this application reflects what we've just voted on. So at this point, with that umbrella in place, I don't see any reason to deny this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengartner. And just to clarify, I did move into deliberation, but Commissioner Erickson decided to ask the applicant question. So now is the appropriate time to do that. If you want to do that, we can continue. But just so everybody knows that we're in deliberation at this point. So Commissioner Jones, do you have any comments?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Hoopengartner. This seems very cut and dry to me, given our deliberation and recommendation on item 10A. Unless I'm missing something, I've reviewed this item at length. I don't have any questions for the applicant or the operator, I should say, or the applicant's representative, however we want to say it. And I'm in alignment with Lynn.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Buckner.
I am also at the point where I believe, since we were deliberating and we've decided to move the item 10A forward with the recommendation of approval, that this is consistent with that. And so I'm inclined to support this item as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Buckner. Commissioner Altschul?
Question for this gentleman who represents the applicant. Does this building have any employees that one would perceive as being typical to hotel employees?
That's an excellent question. It's much different in terms of the staffing. There's minimal staffing. There is weekly, not daily, housekeeping available. There's no room service, so there's none of those. There's no, bellhops. People aren't, doing that sort of thing. So it's a much lighter employee load than a hotel would be. As you probably well know, hotels do generate a lot of employment. This one does not.
So you would, outside of sporadic maid service, you would not classify any of the hotel's employees or any employees as being typical toward those that work for hotels?
Absolutely not. I will say that as typical of the other, have lived in luxury apartments, as typical of other luxury apartments, there's someone for a secure front entrance area, and we have that, but no, it's not, it's not a hotel operation in terms of employment, employees, or
Concierge,
services. Pardon
no
me?
concierge,
I'm sorry?
no concierge.
No. Well, there's someone at a front desk to greet visitors, make sure the right people are coming into the building, but it's not a make hotel, dinner reservations or order you a car type thing. I lived in 2 buildings where my mail could be and deliveries. And these days everyone gets deliveries, right? You can't bring deliveries up to the 5th floor, so you leave it at the front desk with a trusted employee.
What about elevator operators?
No,
Okay.
no, sir. Pardon me.
Valet parking,
I'm sorry.
valet parking.
I believe under the parking agreements that there are valets, but there have been anyway, but let me double check and get an answer on that. This is welcome to hearings in the 21st century, that there's no whispering in ears. There's only texts while I'm on screen. I apologize for the delay.
Well, let's put it this way. If you had valet parking, would it be contracted out or would it be
Yes.
employed by, it would be contracted out?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Elchel. Commissioner Buckner?
To add to Commissioner Altschul's questions to our representative from AKA, is there somebody who helps the people moving in and out with their groceries or with their suitcases or boxes or whatever they bring in and out of the unit?
I believe that whatever assistance there is entirely consistent with the luxury buildings I've lived in. That in my building that I lived in Santa Monica and downtown, if a package was delivered and it was purely a leased apartment, in that case for a year, someone would bring it up. There may be that type of incidental service, but we live in an era where things are delivered. Everyone gets everything delivered, so someone has to receive it.
Excuse me, that wasn't my question. My
I
question
apologize.
was, when they're moving in and moving out, is there staff that helps them move out their belongings, their groceries, their suitcases, their clothing, or whatever they brought with them that they need to move out of the unit? In other words, is there
I understand.
is there staff available to actually assist the tenant or the proposed tenant or the tenant that's leaving, vacating the unit, to assist them in their move?
I'm trying to find out. I apologize.
I know what you're talking about, Sue. In most high-rise full amenity buildings, there are not.
Well, the building I lived in Santa Monica, you pull up, my car could be valet parked. I chose not to valet park it. Someone comes out with a dolly or a luggage cart and will bring anything upstairs, just like in any luxury building anywhere in the city.
But
there are no bell services like a hotel.
But they're not.
There's no one. Forgive me. I did get an answer. No one specific like a bellhop to help with bags, but an individual valet or security person might lend a hand to someone struggling with multiple bags of groceries.
Did you get an answer for the rent?
It's market rate. It's those numbers may be correct. By the way, we don't know what rents are going to be in 2 months, but it's their luxury apartments.
What's the standard going rate for a luxury apartment? Your amenities are beautiful. Your pictures are wonderful. What would the standard rate be?
Well, I paid $5,000 in downtown LA for 4 years across from LA Live 10 years ago. So $7,000, $9,000 for some units potential. Sure.
So up towards $7,000 is what you're saying.
Correct.
And is that for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom or a studio?
I do not have a rent roll, and I apologize. I didn't believe that the focus would be on the rents. But if that's happy to make sure the council knows what the rents are.
Well, I just think it's important because you're establishing a record of housing, and you're very much going towards the luxury housing of what it is. Do people individually rent it out, or are corporations and larger businesses renting it out for their employees? I think Commissioner Alschel said that, doctors and everything can come and stay here and stay for the 5 days before, or is it individuals?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner. Every lease is signed by an individual, or if there are a family, maybe 2 people, every lease is signed by an individual.
But could the individual be representing a corporation is what I'm like.
Well, everyone has a job. I mean, it's like when you say representing a corporation, it's not corporate housing where the CEO is there 1 week and the vice president's there another week. It's not that arrangement. I'm there, I'm the tenant. And if someone else in my company or someone else has to be in town on business, maybe, but it's not corporate housing. We've maintained all the way along that we are not corporate
Okay. Vice Chair Bass?
I was also having a problem with the mute button. I believe that what's before us in this conditional use permit is, like Commissioner Hoopengartner and Commissioner Jones stated, just right in line with what we considered in the ZTA just a moment ago. That being said, we keep hearing that that what's in the tentative settlement agreement requires a public process because the city council can change an ordinance, and an ordinance isn't final until it's adopted by the council. So one of the findings we have to make is that the conditional use permit is consistent with the zoning code, but we don't have a zoning code here. So I'm having trouble with this roundabout logic of it's consistent with the ordinance that we don't have. The ordinance isn't final because it has to go through a public process, but we can kind of bank on it being final, which kind of tells me that that public process isn't, it's either not a sincere public process, and I believe that our city council does pay attention to public comment, and so I sincerely believe it is. And I think that there could be public comment that comes to the city council that changes this. So my preference on this would be to table the conditional use permit until we have an ordinance so that we can make the finding that it's consistent with the ordinance. And so that's where I'm coming down on this is that if the ordinance is adopted as is, this looks cut and dry for me, but I don't know that the ordinance will be adopted that way. And so
Bringing back the
I
resolution.
personally can't make that finding.
What about bringing back the resolution? Until after the council has voted on the ordinance.
That would be my preference here.
Commissioner Jones?
Aren't we just making a recommendation based on the recommendation we just made?
Yes.
Well, no, the decision is to approve the CUP and the administrative permit. I do believe Tony has prepared some language that might clarify condition 1.6 to be very clear, because the CUP is written to the exact terms of the ZTA. So if we could clarify in condition 1.6, which says that it's not effective until the ZTA is effective, that any changes to the ZTA would come back to the planning commission, maybe that could resolve some of the
ambiguity.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would feel comfortable with that. I just want to be clear that it's, we're not going to approve a CUP if the ZTA is not approved as written.
As recommended by this body.
Right. So if we can include language to that effect, I feel, well, go ahead, Adam.
As long as there are no material changes, if the council wants to, like the typo you found, Lynn, obviously that would make no bearing on our decision. If something like that were discovered or changed, or there's no reason we have to reconsider it. But if they change from 5 days to 4 days or to 6 days, and I'm intentionally not going far, that could substantially change our conversation. And so, and obviously they're not going to change to 4 or 6. They're going to change to 1 or 10 or some other number if they do change it. So I can't make a finding that it meets an ordinance that we don't know. So I'd like to see that language, but it's going to be hard for me to get over that hurdle.
I think that's a fair comment. And
Antonio? Sorry,
I was
Lauren.
just saying, this concept was set out many months ago, and so hearing how you perceive that is important and helpful. And I think that we can come up with a condition that addresses your concern about the change. But the CUP is tied word for word to the ZTA. So if it's changed, it should come back. I think I want
That's
to
because it's
give
part of the
everyone
settlement.
comfort in that.
So
That's because what it is, it's part of the settlement right now. So we are automatically agreeing on a predetermined settlement that they haven't approved it yet. I mean, I'm not trying to say they haven't approved it yet, but they've already, in air quotes, approved what's before us. Both parties. I mean, the applicant said, and the court agreed with us. So what we have before us, and I agree with what Commissioner Bass is saying. I mean, I voted no on the last item, but this has already been approved. I mean, and I'm putting that in air quotes. You can't see it because of my background, so my hands go into the back. But like, what I'm trying to say, it's been approved. And so it doesn't matter how this body votes. I mean, I'm not trying to be blunt. I mean, I think Commissioner Hoopengardner improved what was before. I think we've all agreed. The commissioners on the previous item had very similar issues that I did. They voted yes, which is, I understand, is their prerogative. This is an issue statement now, in my opinion. What is your idea of housing? What is your idea of what housing in the city is looking like? This item has already been pre-blessed, and I think that's the problem that I still can't get over. I intend to vote no on this item like I did in the previous one. And I think Commissioner Bass brings up an even better point, saying that actually the ZTA hasn't even been approved by the body. So if it changes, it's got to come back. So I don't know how we're asking to put the cart before the horse, and the horse it's way down the road. So.
Commissioner Hoopengardner?
yes, I believe that there is language that can be written, just like we did earlier, that simply states, and I would ask that it be in the findings to address exactly Commissioner Bass's concerns, which I agree with wholeheartedly, that if I'm going to be asked to make a finding, my findings are all subject to the fact that ZTA has absolutely no material changes. And that if there's any material changes, this approval is null and void. And that's the only way I would be willing to move forward with it myself.
What about
craft that language, then I don't see a problem. As long as both things are in alignment, then I wouldn't see a problem with going ahead and approving this, and it would effectively be a tentative approval.
Abby.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengardner. Antonio, do you want to read the language or show us the language that you've drafted?
Yes, Chair, I have revised language for condition number 6. I can share this on my screen, and let me make sure I'm successful in this. A moment.
Which condition is it, Antonio?
This would be condition 1.6. Can you see that?
But to be clear, I would want to make sure that it's also part of the findings, that our findings are subject to the approval of the ZTA as we recommended it.
Yes. Yes, we can certainly do that. So suggested language here for consideration. In the existing condition 1.6, approval of this permit shall not become effective until the effective date of the zone text amendment. We can add an additional sentence to that condition. If any substantial changes are made to the zone text amendment by the City Council prior to the ordinance becoming effective, this resolution shall be amended to reflect the final ordinance language and reviewed by the Planning Commission at a public hearing.
I would want to make sure that it's very clear that it has to come back to the public, back to the transparency. So the way you've worded it, this resolution shall be amended to reflect the final ordinance. No, that this would come back to a public hearing. I'm just a little concerned about that last half of that sentence.
I might flip those two clauses.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if any substantial changes are made to zone text amendment 22 by city council prior to the ordinance becoming effective, this resolution shall be reviewed by the planning commission at a public hearing in accordance with the final ordinance language. Or to, Tony, why don't you flip that and then we can
Sure. So, okay, so let me see if I get this.
move that after the comma.
After the comma. There we go. To be
No,
reviewed
no,
by the.
sorry. It should say this resolution shall be reviewed by the planning commission.
Be returned to the planning commission or something to the effect of
If the planning changes
it's not approved, it comes back.
Shall be returned to the planning commission for an amendment.
For
Okay, I apologize here. Okay, if any substantial changes are made to the zone text amendment by the city council prior to the ordinance becoming effective,
it shall be returned to the planning commission for review for consistency.
At a public hearing.
shall be
It should be this resolution.
This resolution and whatever, yeah.
okay. So prior to ordinance becoming effective, comma,
This resolution
this resolution. Okay.
shall be returned without approval.
I would say shall be returned to the planning commission for an amendment.
No, I wouldn't call it an amendment, honestly, because it hasn't been approved. It's the entire approval is subject to the ZTA.
It shall be, what about it shall be returned to the planning commission for a review for consistency?
For consistency with the ZTA.
Well, I'm concerned about the word consistency simply because it's about returning it for a public hearing.
Anything, the planning always does public hearings.
Right.
When we direct resolutions to come back, it's for a public hearing.
Commissioner Huppengartner and Commissioner Altschul, are you at all concerned by the use of the word substantial?
Yes,
and
I
not defining substantial. Can we remove that word?
I said any in my original recommendation. Any changes?
Okay, great. I agree.
I think substantial is an okay word. We use it all the time.
Or material.
I would say I would add the caveat, any changes other than administrative corrections or some such. Lauren, you probably have better words than that.
I would use the word material, any material changes. Yep. That's the legal language.
That is a better word than substantial.
Material meaning reflecting anything that has to do with terms that impact or would change the meaning of the language, right? Or terms.
Yes. Reflecting the substance, not clerical, not typo.
Rather than just
yeah, this one shall be returned to the planning commission at a public hearing for consistency with the ZTA. I think that's pretty good, and we could cut and paste the same sentence into finding 5A.
For any any public for consistency with this. Don't, not loving consistency.
Conformance?
It's about the fact that we're going to just rubber stamp and bring it into alignment. If council changes this ZTA materially,
you may change your decision.
It may change the decision, exactly. So it's not about just, oh, let's go come do some housekeeping to bring in the consistency. That's the heartburn I'm having about that word. It's about the hearing to, it's essentially to rehear this ordinance. I mean, this CUP and administrative permit. It's a rehearing.
How shall be returned to the planning commission for a public hearing, period.
Done. Yeah.
Don't you think the council has the final word?
Yeah, they are still going to have to to approve this.
No, they're not.
Oh,
They can do
no,
whatever
but
they want.
if the applicant is dissatisfied with the conditions, it can be appealed to the city council.
Right, and they will have made their feelings felt. If they make any changes to the ZTA, that will be communicated in that moment. I mean, I please feel free to disagree with me. I'm trying to expedite this without having to come back another hearing. But I agree 100% with Commissioner Bass that this is any changes, all bets are off on this.
Well, you better believe that any changes should be in conformity with the council, not in conformity with the planning commission.
Tony, I would just put that sentence at the very end of this finding A. It's just it's a further basis for the finding.
I would make it a new paragraph.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah.
Lauren,
Yes.
is the council gonna, I mean, at their deliberative body, we're adding this into this. My question is a future question, and I'm asking you if you can see the future, but you've been involved in many more of the deliberations as our city attorney, both with us as well as with the council. Is there a taste for the council to change what is before us, or, is this it?
There are future public hearings planned for the city council. I don't think that I could speculate.
But this is the settlement they've already agreed to in theory.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So are they actually going to change something they've already agreed to in theory? I mean, I just feel like we're talking semantics. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Hoopengardner and Commissioner Bass and saying it doesn't exist. I mean, we're kind of just going around in a circle, but they've already agreed to this. So we can add this, it's fine. But they've already agreed to this.
Council already agreed to this? Or is this,
This is a settlement agreement. They have already agreed to this in theory stipulation.
I'm saying, who is they? I just like we're making an assumption here.
In closed session hearings and with deliberations for what they've done with the lawsuit, they put forth a settlement, and there's no way that they wouldn't have already seen this and given it its blessing. I mean,
Okay, I'm just interested to know because I'm not privy to that. So I don't know anything about those proceedings or whether or not city council was simply provided with an
we should
update.
actually
There is a settlement agreement that puts forth these terms and doesn't commit the city to approve anything and says that a ZTA will be processed through with these terms or terms substantially that state this, and that a CUP will be processed through.
Has the city council seen these terms?
Excuse me?
Has the city council seen these terms?
Yes, of course.
Yes, they have a contingent settlement agreement.
So that's what I'm saying, Stacy. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. They've
But
seen
there's
it.
still public hearings and
Yeah, but they've already seen it and agreed to, in theory, settle. So I mean, like, I won't reiterate my point from the last item or this item. I'm just that it does not matter at this point, because what you're adding is important, Lynn, because and Adam's saying is that, it hasn't happened yet, but in theory, it has already happened because they have agreed to the stipulations in the settlement. In theory, there is a public hearing. Of course, there'll be a public process of all the things that we've spoken about. But in theory, they have already seen this on paper in whatever closed session they've been on, and in theory, agreed to it.
they, like us, could change their minds based upon the public hearing, and that's the point of the public hearing. And
Well,
so,
Lynn, I think you and I both know what's happening here, so.
Commissioner Buckner, you had your hand up?
Yes, I believe that what Commissioner Erickson says is correct, that there is an agreement substantially agreed to, and that it's come to us to sort of move it through the legal process that needs to go through. But everybody knows that it's going to happen. This is it. I mean, we're just sort of giving it our stamp of approval and doing the things that we need to do. It's sort of what we're doing is sort of administrative. And again, they could have signed the settlement agreement and then brought the CTA and these
They couldn't.
items to us, but they didn't.
Go through the process, and we're part of the process, but we're basically a rubber stamp.
Exactly. Our hands are tied. Our hands are behind our back, and we're here to do our job to make sure that the city is protected, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, in the years that I've been on the commission, this is the first time I've seen all commissioners in alignment on both public hearings. So is there, with those adjustments, do we have a motion yet on the table? Commissioner Hoopengardner.
I move to adopt staff's recommendation with the amendments we just described.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Altschul, second. Then Commissioner Bass, Vice Chair Bass, you have a comment?
I just want to comment on the motion, and I do appreciate the work of staff and my colleagues to come up with this language. I think that it gets it to a much better place. I'm still uncomfortable making these findings without an ordinance on the books. So I will not vote against it, but I intend to abstain from the vote because I just can't make those findings. And I also want to apologize to all of you for not turning off my mic before I yelled at my dog for barking. Thanks, Abby. You all heard it. Thanks.
Okay. So then, David, can you call a vote, please?
Commissioner Hoopengardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Elchel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson,
No.
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bass,
I abstain.
Chair Carvalero.
Yes.
A motion passes. 5 ayes, 1 no by Commissioner Erickson, and abstention by Vice Chair Bass.
Thank you, everyone. Item 11, new business, Senate Bill 743. So we'll receive a presentation on the update to transportation guidelines to comply with Senate Bill 743. And is Robin Eason, are you going to lead the presentation?
No, Bob Chung is going to lead the presentation, and I just wanted to acknowledge the late hour and just double check that the commissioners want to hear a presentation.
I don't need a presentation. I followed this bill.
I would like to request 2.5-minute intermission before we hear the presentation.
It's after 10:30. I would request.
It's 10 to
It's
10.
9:51. Out of respect for Robin and Bob, I think we should move this forward. Our next meeting is canceled, but I'm open to discussion on that.
I can go either way.
Commissioner Buckner?
I'd like to, if we can move it to our next meeting, if it's not, our agenda's not too full. I feel like our staff works very hard on these presentations and staff reports, and I'd like to hear the whole report. I don't know how long it's going to take or how much deliberation we're going to have.
This item is time sensitive due to the state's deadline, so it does need to be heard tonight.
Okay.
I had a long conversation with Bob today, and I'm sure a lot of you did, and I don't need much of a presentation.
Vice Chair Bass?
Yeah, our agenda says if something hasn't started by 10:30 that we could postpone it. I think we can ask for an abbreviated presentation, but I think that we should move forward with this.
Okay. Okay, are we all in agreement then?
Yeah.
Move forward with an abbreviated presentation? Okay, great. Bob?
Great, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Bob Chung, Senior Transportation Planner. I'd like to introduce our consultants on this project, John Mugridge from Fear and Pierce, and also Chelsea Richard from Fear and Pierce. While the other items were going on, I did change the presentation to a more abbreviated version, so I will get through it as quickly as possible. There are a lot to unpack, so I'll do my best to facilitate this. So you should be able to see the screen here. So what I'm going to be covering tonight is just some basics, high level on what SB 743 is and what it does. Some of the differences between how we do things now and what the new law requires us to do. And also get into the meat of this, our staff's proposal for changes to the guidelines and threshold updates. So the SB 743 became law in 2013. In 2017, OPR, Office of Planning and Research, published their guidelines. The goal is to reduce greenhouse gas and encouraging higher density mixed use developments in transit areas. This basically affects the CEQA traffic impact analysis section of EIRs. So the main difference between what SB 743 is requiring and how we do things now is changes to how we measure impacts. The metric that we're used to and we've been using for forever is level of service. And this is a graded level from A to F, A being free flow and F being very congested at intersections. The changes to this that SB 743 requires is we no longer can use LOS, level of service, but instead use vehicle miles traveled. And we'll get into what vehicle miles traveled in a little bit, but basically it measures how far, how long trips are instead of how congested intersections are. Why are we doing away with level of service? Well, there's a lot of problems associated with level of service. It punishes the developers that are last in. So when there's congestion and you're building a new project, you're the one that's kind of getting hit. It doesn't promote transit and active transportation. It forces more roadway construction because the only way to mitigate an impact under level of service is to increase roadway capacities. And you know, when you encourage more, when you widen roads and create more lanes and induce more traffic, that has a negative effect on our environment as well as public health and safety. So in switching over to vehicles miles traveled, what we're able to do is attack the regional congestion issue. We're looking at how far people drive instead of congestion. Using VMT will also help us streamline local serving retail approval. Local retail, by definition, serves neighborhoods, so trips that are people don't have to drive too far to their local retail shopping, for food shopping or gyms or something similar. It also helps us streamline transit-oriented developments and infill projects as well, and certainly has a significant improvement in health and safety. So there are two types of vehicle miles travel. Actually, I'm going to go back to this quick video because that's really a good video to explain what VMT is.
What is VMT? VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, refers to the distance that a car travels regardless of how many passengers are in the car. So this car, traveling 1 mile, would generate 1 VMT, and 4 vehicles, traveling 10 miles, would generate 40 VMT. To understand how much VMT a person generates on a typical weekday, it's useful to map their travel throughout the day. Jess returns home 11 miles away. Later, Jess heads out and drives 1 mile to the gas station to fill up, before driving another 3 miles to the grocery store, and then makes the 2-mile trip back home. By adding together the miles driven, it is shown that Jess has generated 29 VMT for the entire day. This VMT can be further categorized into the individual trip purposes that motivated each leg of the trip. VMT can be organized into 3 typical trip purposes: home to work, or HW, home to other, or HO, and other to other, or OO. This organization is helpful in understanding that trips to and from work tend to generate the most VMT because people are willing to drive longer distances as the benefit of the trip increases.
So basically, the video explains really clearly how you measure vehicle miles travel, or VMT, and also highlights that there are 2 main components to 2 types of VMT: home-based VMT and work-based VMT. So let's get into our how we determine our thresholds and how the state and their guidelines are in line with what we're proposing. So before we determine what thresholds are and what is considered a significant impact, we need to develop what the baseline VMT is in the region. We're using the city boundary as the region. So we've developed a travel demand forecast model. This is a really complicated tool that takes into account population, employment numbers, land use zoning, and looks at it on a almost parcel level. And from there, we also did counts at about 240 locations throughout the city. We also did trip generation surveys of different land uses. All of that got fed into this model to calibrate this model, basically to replicate the travel patterns that's within our city. And so using this model, we're able to accurately estimate VMT, which is what we're calling it baseline VMT. What we're seeing is that the home-based trips, VMT is about 13.3 per capita, and work-based VMT is 15.5 per employee. So that's the city average. That's the baseline that we're working off of. OPR recommends that jurisdiction cities adopt a threshold that's 15% below baseline. So what it's saying is that if a project comes in and that project is less than 15% below the baseline, then it should be considered a significant impact. So the 15% figures will be 11.3 for home-based VMT and 13 per employee for employment VMT. Again, so if a project comes in and their VMT estimates is let's say 14%, then that would be considered an impact. So staff is also recommending several screening criteria. Currently, when a project is, when the applicant comes in and applies for a project, a permit, the first thing that we look at is how many trips that project generates. If the project generates less than 500 trips per day or less than 60 trips per hour, they don't need to do a detailed traffic impact study. That's because those trips, anything less than those trips, are considered less than significant. They have a less propensity to generate impacts, and really we don't want to burden smaller projects to go through an extensive traffic impact study because it's costly and it's time consuming. So that's our current thresholds. What we're proposing is to maintain the 500 trips per day threshold. So no changes to that. We're still, this threshold has been working for us. We feel that it's been the right number to use, and we would recommend continuing with this threshold. The other proposed screening criteria that staff is recommending is to also screen out multifamily uses within mixed-use projects. So there are 4 reasons why staff is making this recommendation. One, the intent of SB 43 is to promote dense urban mixed-use projects near transit-rich areas. And so West Hollywood is a transit-rich community, and any mixed-use project kind of is in line with what the intention of SB 743 is. As you all know, we're in the middle of a state housing crisis, so housing is critical. So we feel that by excluding multifamily from having to go through a VMT impact study could potentially put up barriers to approval of housing projects. This is also consistent with the city's policies on housing. We have many policies, inclusionary housing policies, as well as density bonuses that gears toward more housing, more affordable housing. So we feel that this also reflects, this criteria also reflects how the city has been approaching our housing policies in the past. And lastly, OPR, the Office of Planning and Research, recommends that communities that are within TPA or transit priority areas should screen out all projects. So West Hollywood is, in the staff study, I think you saw a figure, West Hollywood is 99.9% within TPA. So if we go by OPR's recommendation, we could screen out all projects in our city. That's not what we're recommending, but however, we are recommending that the city council do consider screening out multifamily mixed-use projects. It's more stringent than what the state guideline says, but I think it's something that reflects our policy and our way of our ability to create more housing. However, we do recognize that this is a really drastic change from what we're used to from level of service to VMT. So what we're proposing as well is to still present level of service analysis in traffic impact studies for information only. So it doesn't count, or it's not considered a CEQA impact, so it won't be in the body of the EIRs, but it will be part of the traffic impact studies that's in the appendix. And this is to, one, provide more information to decision makers. It's something that we're used to, and it shouldn't be the primary metric, but I think it still has some usefulness. So instead of a full-blown level of service analysis, what we're proposing is a focus analysis, focusing on key intersections in and nearby the project site, so that we have more information as far as how it impacts our intersections. And third, we are also recommending that we maintain our neighborhood roadway analysis. These are impact analysis that we used to use for residential street impacts, measuring the level of traffic that project add to our residential streets. Again, this will not be a CEQA impact. It's more for information only, but staff is recommending that we keep these in analysis as part of our traffic impact studies. So I went through this really quick. Staff and our consultants here available for questions.
Thank you, Bob. So just to help move the meeting along, just raise your hands if you have any questions for staff. And do any Commissioner Hoopengarner.
I'm unmuting just as the helicopter flies over, so bear with me momentarily while we prepare for the invasion. Okay, sorry. So help me understand, Bob, the exempting the residential portion of mixed use projects. As a green city, I don't understand why we would choose to forego this kind of environmental analysis. And in particular, something flashed to my mind. I don't know, most of you are probably familiar. About 2 years ago or so, the Cohen brothers floated a project with the MTA that would take out the bus station and build this giant mall and huge high rises, etc. In that scenario, if one of those 20-story high rises was all multi-use except for the ground floor, you're saying under this scenario, the VMT of that project wouldn't be calculated?
No, so let me clarify. If a project comes in as a mixed-use residential project, it will still go through an environmental impact study, assuming that it generates more than 500 trips per day.
Mm-hmm.
So we will still do the study and we will still identify the project's impacts. What we're recommending is that the impacts, whatever it may be, from the residential component shall not be considered an impact. We're not even proposing not to consider that as an impact. But that doesn't mean that the commercial portion is exempt. So that part will still have to go through its own analysis, VMT analysis, and the informational only LOS analysis.
But the commercial impacts of a couple of restaurants and a Starbucks on the ground floor versus the residential impacts of a 20-story high rise would be significantly different. And what you're proposing here would completely eliminate the residential impacts. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. In addition, by my reading of this, the visitor traffic would also be ignored. And I'm a little concerned about that, in as much as we are very much a destination city. At least we were a couple months ago. I'm not sure what we're going to be, when the 19 is done with us. But we are a destination city. Hotels, clubs, restaurants, bars. Mm-hmm. That is a huge chunk of our traffic impact. And so to eliminate visitor traffic, to me, really kind of masks the impacts. Can you help me understand that?
Sure. And then, I can have Chelsea and John chime in as well. The bulk of the impact is generated by, the bulk of the trips are generated by work trips and residential trips in our city. I don't have the percentage, maybe our consultants do. While we do have a lot of visitor traffic, they usually happen, off-peak weekends and nighttime. Now, that's not to say that they're insequential, but the decision to not include them in the analysis, one, is hard to gauge what that level is. That level can change from day to day, month to month, it's seasonal. and also it's very sporadic and dynamic. If if there's a show, that's different, right? If there's an event, that's that really causes a lot of fluctuation. So it's really hard for us to estimate what that number is on an average day. Also, there's very little way in terms of mitigation to address those impacts, because we have more ability to require our residents or our employers to implement travel demand management strategies, like telecommuting, or allowing or giving out bus subsidies, transit subsidies. With visitors, that's really hard for us to manage their trip making. So those are the two reasons why this proposal in how we do our guidelines exclude that portion. Now, that's not to say that as we develop more tools, more robust tools to estimate these type of trips, that we cannot include them at a later time. I'm just saying that at the present time, it's hard for us to estimate and also to enforce any type of requirements on these type of trips.
Well, I guess my question is, if we as a body are going to be asked to approve projects that have impacts on our city, and those projects that we're being asked to approve have specific traffic impacts. And if we're looking at ignoring visitor traffic and ignoring residential traffic, that's a huge chunk. And honestly, hard to estimate. We're currently estimating, we do traffic studies. They put their little cords across the road. They determine how many people are going to and fro here on my street and on the street over, and et cetera. That, I guess I'm just really confused as to if we're being asked to approve a building that's going to have a 200-seat theater in it, or a 2,000-seat theater. There's two very different impacts to that, and I do believe that that's quantifiable. We've had this conversation. We had it as regards Robertson Lane with their conference center and their banquet hall, and how many trips would that generate? And I can see that conversation happening again very easily. And to completely strip that from the metrics that we will be using in our EIRs, I find it just rather concerning.
So if I can address that, and that's one of the reasons why we're proposing to also keep the level of service analysis. That analysis will reflect those type of trips. So we're dealing with two very different metrics that have limitations, right? The VMT metric is very it's being calculated on a much different scale in the different types of tool being used. So that doesn't give us the whole picture. So in supplementing that with the level of service analysis, we feel that provides us with a better picture, and that's why we're not excluding LOS from traffic impact studies. Now, we can't use that as a CEQA metric. That's clear, right? The state has been very clear, you are not using LOS. So we're still giving you all the information and more from what you're used to, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I guess my question to Lauren would be, will we not be hamstrung? Having that LOS information would be useful and informational, but with a CEQA document, we have the ability to make decisions. If something is in there, it has to be mitigated, et cetera, et cetera. And if it's just an informational, hey, and by the way, even though the VMT says it's not bad, the LOS says it's really horrible. What power do we have to do anything about that, Lauren?
So for the CEQA document, we compare all these numbers to thresholds. So LOS won't be compared against a threshold anymore. So it won't be considered a significant impact from a CEQA perspective.
Exactly.
the information I think is valuable. One, because it's what our community is used to seeing, and it's something that they understand, and it's something that people that's how we understand traffic because we've done it for so long. I think we're going to have to wait and see how the LOS information remains relevant and remains helpful, and whether it provides any evidence to maybe condition a project. It's talking a little bit hypothetically, but it will still be provided as information, but it won't be compared to a threshold. The threshold will now be VMT. And so I think Bob's trying to talk about what those future threshold discussions will be. What is an impact?
Right, and that's the key point with the CEQA document. It is an impact that must be mitigated. We have some power to make some decisions regarding that, but an information only is like, your grandmother wrote you a birthday card. I mean, it's just, that's nice. I mean, it's not something that can be used as a basis for decision, other than saying you really love your grandma. But I mean, so, okay, let's just my third question on that subject. It also, my reading of this, it says that the size of the building doesn't matter, that it's about the number of employees in terms of the trip generation conversation. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. Can you repeat that question?
The proposed metrics are per residence or per employee, but it doesn't in any way look at the size of the building. In other words, by my reading of this, if somebody builds a big furniture showroom, let's call it a 100,000 square foot furniture showroom, and they are going to only have 10 employees because it's a giant furniture showroom. Okay. And so their VMT analysis is done based upon those 10 employees. And then 5 years later, they decide to chop that showroom into office cubicles. And now all of a sudden they have 1,000 employees toing and froing from this 100,000 square feet. That future use was not taken into account based upon the size of the space. It based the analysis on the initial use, not the whole size of the space and the whole potential use and impact.
So in that situation, when they have a change of use, they would have to come back to the city to apply for a permit for that change of use. And if that triggers an impact study, then that's when we will revise the study and redo our analysis. If it keeps as is, as a showroom, then obviously there's no trigger for a new analysis. So in that regards, that it's covered by how we treat new or change of use situations.
I guess this, to me, the size of the building does dictate the number of trips to a degree, but those are my real concerns and questions about this. I remain concerned that exempting the residential portion of mixed use is just really counterintuitive. The Dillon has a huge impact on that neighborhood, and it's got a ground floor commercial, but a large number of residential trips. And all of those would be excluded from any analysis, which would mean it wouldn't hit any threshold, which means we would have no discretion. Is that correct?
I would say that you still have full discretion on other merits of the project. This
but
is just
impacts.
Not in the context of traffic, no. So if based on the supplemental LOS analysis, and if it's too big or it's not consistent with surrounding uses, if it's too many units, you still have that discretion not to approve. All we're saying is that in the context of CEQA, and in the interest of promoting more affordable housing and housing projects, we exclude that from being considered a significant CEQA impact.
Well, I realize this is a receive and file. I'm good. My concerns are on record. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengartner. Do I have any other questions or comments?
I just want to thank staff for this. This is a very complex bill and the ways in which it's changing some things. And I just want to thank Bob and Robin for bringing the staff report and all the attachment to us, because I think it's very comprehensive and it's been received.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. So Lauren, we don't need to, there's no motion. This is just like Commissioner Hoopengartner said, receive and file. We are done with this item.
Yeah, in fact, the recommendation is just receive and provide comments, not even a file. So.
Okay.
Presentation, yeah.
Okay, so great, thank you. So no commissioners, no other comments from commissioners, and we'll move on to item 12. We have no unfinished business. We do not, item type 13, we do not have anything on the excluded consent calendar. Do we have any items from staff or planning manager's update? Robin.
Yeah, I just want to recognize Commissioner Hoopengartner's question and your commissioner comments earlier regarding if we have any data about the ZTA that we passed a couple of years ago. Staff is actually looking into that right now. We're pulling that data. And so as soon as we have something significant to share, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Sure.
Thank you, Robin. Jennifer, is there an update?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I don't think I've spoken at all in this meeting. So we've got the July 2nd meeting is the next meeting, and it has been canceled due to the holiday. So on July 16th, we will have elections of chair and vice chair, and we will have a project, an 11-unit multifamily building on Shoreham. And then the following meeting on August 6th, we are planning to have subcommittee appointments. And then we've got a conditional use permit in a building on Sunset at 9165. And we've got some commissioner training that we've been trying to put on your calendars for a few months now, but I think we'll finally make it on there for urban design from Rick Abramson.
Great, thank you. David, do we have any public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
Great, thank you, David. So items from the commissioners. Does anybody want to make a comment? No? Commissioner Hoopengartner?
I'd just like to say a big thank you to David for wrangling all of this while sitting in that big empty cavern all alone. We miss you.
Adam's there with him. I don't know what you're talking about, Lynn.
Oh, yeah, nice try.
And so was the applicant's attorney from AKA. So they were in good
Right,
company.
exactly, yeah.
Oh, but they were at least a few feet apart. Thank you.
They were distancing.
Thank you. So where am I? Subcommittee management. We've already gone over that. So then we are adjourning until our next regularly scheduled. Sorry.
So there. Did we get any calendar? Do we have a calendar for design review? Do we know what that's? You gave us dates on regular meetings, but what about this?
Yes, sorry. The July 9th meeting will have 923 to 931 Palm, which is senior congregate care. And then the following meeting, which I believe is the first meeting in August, and I don't have the date on me, it will be the 8850 Sunset, which is the Viper Room Oz property.
Wait, can you say it again?
Sorry?
Could you say it one more time, Jennifer? It cut out on my end. Sorry.
I'm sorry. The first meeting in August will be thank you, the 13th. It will be the 8850 Sunset, which is the Viper Room and Oz property just north of the London. Design Review Subcommittee.
At Design Review.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I said, are we hearing it?
Commissioner,
Oh, no, sorry, Design Review.
Commissioner Buckner?
We're talking about Design Review Subcommittee on July 9th, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
For Palm,
So will
July
staff
9th
be
is
sent-
Palm.
But there is a design subcommittee
you, Jen.
on July 9th and another one 2 weeks later, right? Thank you.
So will staff send us, a printout of all the upcoming meetings and the items that are on the meetings via PDF and an email? It would just be helpful to
There-
see it all the way we have in the past.
We missed David's little handouts.
So we had this one, if this is what you're talking about,
Yes.
was,
Yeah.
was attached to the meeting invite that David sent out, the reminder that was sent out today.
Oh.
But we can make sure you guys get that. And if you need it, you can always reach out to myself or to David Gilligan. We can provide you one. But it is attached to
Great.
the meeting reminder.
Okay, we'll go back and check. Thank you.
Mhm.
So with that, then, I will adjourn tonight's meeting.
Great job,
Getting
Chair.
feedback. Okay, there we go. Okay, so with that, we're adjourned tonight's meeting to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, July 16th, 2020, likely using the same online format. Wear a mask and please stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Great job tonight, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, have a good night.
Tough one tonight.
We applaud you, and we thank you for allowing us to remain WeHo strong. Visit weho.org/coronavirus for easy links to resources, information, and relief. Text your zip code to 888-777 for text alerts. And follow @WeHo City on social media and turn those notifications on for up-to-the-minute updates.